Hello everyone, and welcome to another wonderful episode of Tinfoil Tuesday. I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. Redundant. How's everyone doing? We got a minute to start up a hype train. Remember, if we get to level 5, we will do all the tinfoily foil good in terms of donning the tinfoil armor. Get your bingo cards ready. We're doing bingo. I know some people have dropped off from doing bingo for a while because we didn't have the call sheet, which made it annoying to do. I know, I apologize for that. But we do have a full call sheet for the bingo now that does show everything that is currently potentially on the bingo cards. So if you would like to play, do !! bingo, no space in the chat, and you should get a link for a bingo card. Sound good? Good. Let me take these things off it from last time. There's actually 2 pages to the bingo card now. We have a lot of conspiracy tropes. Hype Train's already kicked off, apparently. We're at 7% to level 4 already. Wow. Let's see. 74 Quinn 74, thanks for subscribing at tier 3. Oh, that'll do it. For 15 months. Thanks for the 6-month streak. Says, stressing about money. You're stressing about money and you subscribed at tier 3 to me? Take it back. Jesus. Don't, guys. I've said this before and I will forever repeat it. If you cannot afford to give me money, don't give me money. That's your money. Keep your money. I'm doing the show either way. Like, yes, the show runs on donations, but, like, other people can donate. If you can't, don't give me money if you're stressed about money. That's like basic 101 finance. Thank you for the subscription, though. I'll understand if you refund it, or if you need me to ask, and I guess there's probably a way for me to do it. Andrew Batella, thanks for 12 months. Happy anniversary. Says, come on, Hannah, the broader Q movement is a real-world cult. Not all cults are Jonestown. Some are Jehovah's Witnesses. I know. I'll go over that, but I just wanted to... I gotta fit it in a title. If I call it a real-world cult, people know what I mean. I mean, they are meeting in person and are, like, together in real life. Blackwing Hecate says... Yay, tinfoil time. Bitter Grin, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Rachology with 100 bits says, hi Yin, happy Doctor Who day. My girlfriend and I managed to accidentally time our complete run through of Doctor Who so that we ended up watching the 1983 20th anniversary special today. So we got ice cream and cake and had a little celebration. That's really cute. I hope you're having a good time going through it. As big of a Doctor Who fan I am, I've never sat down and watched the classic series from the beginning. Don't get me wrong, I've seen plenty of episodes from the classic series, but randomly and sporadically. So, like, I've seen An Unearthly Child and all the caveman shit. I've seen the Daleks. I've seen plenty of classic Who, even though I just named 2 sequential First Doctor stories. I've seen other shit too, but, like, I don't know. I gotta sit down and actually watch that someday. Garf Shield with 30 bits says, tossing some bits in the train furnace, thank you. Blackwing Hecate with 30 bits says, choo choo. Artemis8192 says, first bits I've ever donated, happy to give them to my favorite streamer, thank you. Real quick, I'm just gonna pull these all off, because I'm sick of looking at the card. Wow, we got a lot of things for bingo last week. And no one won bingo! It's very strange. Okay. Ice Queen says, yay, Tinfoil Tuesday, I get to be here for all of it. Bits for hype, thank you. H. Baird, thanks for 11 months, says almost there. Blackwing Hackety says, but giving you money is relaxing. You're an adult, you can do what you want with your money. I'm just telling you, responsibly, if you can't afford it, don't give me the money. But I can't stop you. 74 Quinn 74 says, Hannah, I did a 6-month subscription with my tax return. I'm broke now, and if a new one went through, it shouldn't have. And if a new one went through and it shouldn't have, I'm fucked. Okay, you can go in right now and cancel your renewal. You can stop auto renewal. Any disaster that you are broadcasting potentially into the future, you could stop it right now by clicking like 5 buttons. Don't blame me when that happens, because I am expressly telling you what to do in order to stop that potential catastrophe. Dirtjer with 30 bits says, before TFT, sorry, any thoughts on the, RGR Doe debate and DM getting temp banned on Twitch? If not, no, oh my god, okay, hold on, what the fuck, okay. Before TFT, what the fuck's TFT? Any thoughts on RGR Doe debate? I didn't see it. Baha told me some of it, but I stay out of this Twitch drama shit. Just to be real, have I ever, like, oh, duh, Tinfoil Tuesday. Sorry, I've never called it that, so I've never thought TFT. Any thoughts on the RGR Doe debate and Demon Mama getting temp banned from Twitch? First of all, I didn't know Demon Mama got temp banned from Twitch. No idea what that's about. Second of all, I don't know what Riley has been fucking smoking lately. I swear to God, since the whole Kink at Pride discourse, I'm not touching Twitch drama. I don't know if I've expressed it, but at the very least, I'd like to make it clear, if I haven't before, I don't like to be involved in drama. I don't do it. I'm a fucking adult. I have bills and shit. I'm not in high school. Not doing it. Not doing it. I will come on here and have fun with you guys, and then I will get off, and I will live my real life. I will not engage in any sort of drama bullshit. It's always stupid. The Navigator 4 says, Happy Doctor Who Day and Tinfoil Tuesday. Thank you. Moira Soma with 200 bits. Blackwing Hackety with 30 bits says, I need to fix my Sonic. Red Werewolf says, Base Q is culty. Negative 48 is more definitely a cult. Chapomon with 100 bits says, Choo Choo Hype Train. Chibbers the Squirrel with 100 bits says, have some bits. We're at 31% to level 5 now. Vortigaunt841, thanks for 4 months. Veglord, thanks for 200 bits. I may have missed 74 Quinn 74's bits, which I apologize. Where were your bits? I saw your sub. Where are they? Can you just, like, copy-paste it and at me, and I'll read it? Because I don't see where your bits message is. Tellurian Katrin with 100 bits says, Hi, Hannah. I was watching some of your earlier streams this morning, and I just really appreciate your whole sardonic vibe while I work. Thank you. I wish I knew the definition of sardonic off the top of my head. Okay, 74 Quinn 74 says, I did cancel it, and I don't blame you. Oh, good. I'm glad. Moira Soma with 500 bits, thank you. What do I think of the new Doctor Who episodes? I only saw the first one. I'm kind of waiting. Like, I heard some of them have been good. I liked the first one. I was confused as to what the fuck was happening, but I liked what I was seeing for the most part. But at this point, I might just wait for the whole 6 episodes to come out before I watch it, because I've heard it's very, like, paced like a binge show, as opposed to a weekly thing. She casually said the F slur. Riley casually said the F slur? No, Demon Mama did. Demon Mama said the F slur. Yeah, that's not a good thing to do on Twitch. 62% to level 5 with 40 seconds left. We gotta get to level 5 for the full tinfoil. Tucker White says, Silly Hannah, if we do shit and stop auto-renewal, then how do we live up to lefty stereotypes? Marcus Drake says, Twitch drama is bad, but also fuck RGR and Demon Mama. Sorry, Hannah, couldn't help it. I'm not commenting. Don't care. Tucker White with 270 bits says, yoink, Bellstar, thanks for 19 months, says 2 whole sub babies. And the thing is, like, 66%, someone save it! We're very close, but I don't think we're gonna make it. So what frustrates me the most about shit like that is, I understand why people engage in it, because I would imagine Twitch drama probably drives views to your channel, probably draws followers, people like that shit, or at least people like to engage with that shit whether or not they feel that they emotionally enjoy it. But I never, ever, 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 in the history of ever, would like to be known as a channel for some petty interpersonal drama bullshit. If people are watching this stream, I want it to be because they enjoy the content, enjoy whatever I'm discussing, whatever chat's doing, talking with them. I would never want it to be because, oh, did you hear what Hannah did or what beef she got in with this other streamer? It's stupid and pointless and distracts from the entire point, which is supposed to be entertainment, sometimes education in terms of learning about conspiracy theories and how they tie into politics and affect our everyday lives and the political positions of our leaders. Like, I don't want to clog that up with just like, oh, this person said a thing I don't like. And that's the last I'm going to say of it. I've already spent too much time talking about this shit. I don't like it. Blackwing Hackety says, as someone who regularly attends furry cons, the kink at Pride discourse is just as dumb as the pup mask on the con floor discourse because they're the same picture. I don't know what that meant. I'm not going to explore further. Dirtjur says, I didn't mean to bring it towards drama. I always appreciate your views on things and was curious. Much love. Oh, of course. I've never chastised anyone unironically in the comments. Never should. If I respond extremely to something someone says, I am not mad at you for bringing it up. I just get, I have opinions on things. In no way, Dirtjur, am I upset with you bringing it up. I'm just expressing that I personally don't like to engage in that. 0M80 says, with 33 bits, so I briefly reinstalled TikTok since I've left again, but on my time on there I found some conspiracy theorist who believes the Roman Empire in Latin was invented by the Spanish Inquisition to give legitimacy to the Catholic Church. Where do they think the Catholic Church came from? Let me look. Oh my god, it's the whole TikTok about this? Is the whole TikTok oh no, there's other stuff. It's a lot of conspiracy stuff, though.
Okay, so you are like the 5th or 6th kid to say this to me, and I have never been more pleased with my circus roots than playing whack-a-mole with you trolls. My goodness, I am having such a good night.
It said Spain couldn't have existed without Rome, which is true in terms of tons of European cultures were influenced and directly progenerate. Is that a word? Come out of the end of like Roman civilization.
But I now realize this must be something one of the people that has been talking about me has said.
Oh, this is really quiet for you, probably. Sorry, let me turn it back up.
Entirely missed the point. Backwards, babies. Without Spain, there is no Rome. Because Rome, like white, is not a culture. It has no unique identifier.
What? What? Rome was an empire, and yes, it was a very large empire for the time that comprised a lot of different subcultures that they had taken over. But Roman civilization absolutely had a fucking culture. What? That's incredibly fucking stupid to say. Let me get through some of these bit messages and then we'll finish this video and move on to the other stuff. Bittergrin with 100 bits says bits for all. Artemis8192 says more bits for the tinfoil, thank you. Dirtjur says for the train. Tellurian Katrin says bits with 100 bits. Procagom, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. DM Trey, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Marcus Drake with 100 bits says hopefully the lack of drama is why, or honestly the lack of drama is why I'm here. Hopefully you'll stick around then, because I don't plan on ever getting into any sort of substantial drama ever about anything. This is a clip that will be played in some sort of video essay about me if I ever am in some sort of stupid internet drama. Because that's how editing and irony work. Puka the Duka, thanks for 12 months. Says, holy shit, has it been a year already? I guess it has. Happy anniversary. Stormageddon12, thanks for subscribing. Just the first month, thank you. Artemis8192 says, ooh, can someone please gift me a sub? I spent all my money on bits. Oh, God. Blackwing Hecate says, why is such cuteness wasted on so much crazy? Her hair is cool. Her hair is badass. Tucker White says, what the hell is the appeal of TikTok? Quick content. You can just scroll through quickly. I don't really use TikTok. I've seen TikToks on other platforms, and I'm pretty sure I have a TikTok account, though I don't ever go on it. But, like, I get it. I'm not that much of a boomer yet. It's just not something I'm into, but I understand why other people like it. Lily Lovestuff says, the Spanish language wouldn't exist without Latin. Prior to the Romans, the people of that region were mostly Celts. Dude from Moria, thanks for 5 months, says, hi, Hannah, what are we watching? Conspiracies. Marcus Drake says, I'm sending this madness to my Roman archaeologist friend to make her angry. The Littlest Little Leafy, thanks for 10 months. Nick says, I want what she's smoking. Andrew Batella says, but Hannah, America is not a thing. It's not a culture. You have Texan culture, New Yorker culture, Alabaman culture, but there's no such thing as America. I was going to make the same comparison. What she's saying is very stupid. Bittergrin says, also this. The Earth is 70% water and uncarbonated. Okay, so it's technically flat. More mummy memes! Wow, Brendan Fraser was already getting... By the time... Like, I love Brendan Fraser, but even comparing him between Mummy 1 and Mummy 2, he got a little puffy. He got a little bit...
Marks.
But I stan a Brendan Fraser, and I would like him to make a comeback, please. Lily Lovestuff says, I'm in the process of editing together all these Rome wasn't real TikToks into a single video. I can send it to you when I'm done if you want it for a reason. I'd love to. We could cover it on stream. That'd be fun. Rachology says, Rome had a culture. Yes, a terrible one. The Etruscans' place in history was robbed, I tell you. Yes, it's been 2,500 years, and I'm still not letting it go. Rachology says, not letting it go. I shall die on this hill. Purple Nickel says, I'm going to be listening to the stream while I'm cleaning for Thanksgiving. Let's make it a good stream. I'll do my best. That catches us up. Whew! That was a lot of bits messages. Sorry, everyone.
You're thinking of is Greek architecture, or Egyptian, or Mesopotamian, or...
Oh my god, yes. The Romans took a lot from the Greeks. We know this. We've seen their gods. We've seen their architecture. We know. That doesn't mean they don't have a culture. You can have a culture that borrows heavily from other cultures. Let's look at, I don't know, architecture in Washington, D.C. America, I would imagine this woman, though I don't know. I guess I assume too highly of people sometimes. Washington, D.C. architecture. So if you look at Washington, D.C., America has a culture, yet our capital... Well, you look at the architecture on that. Boy, it sure does take a lot of influences from Roman architecture. It's almost like large nations, or nations in general, will sometimes try and project themselves into history by comparing themselves to previous civilizations that they think fondly of. One of the reasons the United States used Roman architecture very heavily in their construction of the capital. Interestingly, this was also something that Hitler was planning on doing. This isn't me being like, Washington's Hitler. There are other bad things I could say about the Founding Fathers. That's not what I'm saying. It's just something that happens with different civilizations that are trying to put their mark on things, as they will compare themselves to other civilizations, often using architecture, money, and power to try and project similar cultures onto themselves. So look at, like, the Nazis' city plans. It's actually pretty interesting. They go over this. If you've seen the movie Downfall, they show a model of this. This was supposed to be, what was this, Germania or something stupid? They were going to rebuild Berlin after they won the war. Good luck with that. And it was going to look like basically utilitarian, fascist I was going to say fascist Rome, but Rome's already pretty fashy. But, you know, applying 20th century political ideologies and trying to lay them out on classical civilizations is not a one-to-one, and it's going to be kind of like trying to lay a flat map on a globe. Like, it doesn't track one-to-one. But you get it. They were also planning to use Roman iconography, large domes, white buildings with columns, in order to project this image of a grand Reich that had stood for a long time. This diatribe has gone very far from the main topic. The point I'm trying to make is the fact that Rome used Greek architecture as a template for what they ended up doing does not mean the Romans did not have a culture. Claiming Rome did not have a culture is one of the stupidest historical opinions I've ever heard. Really, really stupid.
Or Etruscan, or Oscan, or Umbrian, you know, indigenous groups. The church is Rome. Okay, so you are like the 5th or 6th kid to say this to me, and I...
Wow, why is she like this?
Did you actually read this before you sent it to me, or are you just bad at reading comprehension? Let's take a look. The Smithsonian article says it is a Roman era structure.
What do you think that means? It's like she thinks that if a culture is made up of constituent cultures that they have borrowed from or assimilated into their larger form, then you cannot describe that culture as a culture in and of itself and must only identify the constituent cultures that make up the larger culture, which is not how it works, because there are not these defined lines. When you put a bunch of people in a civilization together and you're all sharing ideas and trading back and forth along your trade routes, not only goods but information and services, especially back in the day when we're talking about like skills having to be shared basically by someone who somehow knows how to annotate this information, either in writing or in diagrams that make sense to other people, which is a skill that we pretty much take for granted in this day and age, but at the time was imperative to the spread of knowledge and the ability to do different things architecturally or just fundamentally to do farming correctly. Like, it all bleeds into each other. There are different cultures that came together forcibly because it's Rome, and then it kind of became like a, I don't know if I want to borrow again language of the like 20th century, but like melting pot of cultures. Not really, not in the American sense, but you had a lot of different cultures going on that came together and became the Roman Empire. Again, mostly against their will. It was through conquest, but you understand what I'm saying.
Why is that phrasing important? It is merely placing it in the chronology, not making a judgment on the culture of those who built the structure.
Oh my god, this lady is frustrating.
Sweet Raptor Jesus, please do not let this actually be the future of my field. I'm just going to take Trajan's Market because it's late and I'm tired.
Okay, let's get on to the actual stuff I wanted to cover today. Astrofox says English isn't a language. You have French words and German words and Latin words. Tucker White says Greek architecture as well as Art Deco make for the best railroad stations. Blackwing Hackety says that stupid gigantic building. Andrew Batella says everyone talks about the French and the German words in English, but no one ever remembers the Norse. They, singular or plural alike, comes directly from Norse. Tucker White says it's sad when the Nazis design better cities than America does. I wouldn't say they necessarily do. Considering they didn't, and they lost the war. They didn't actually end up building the city. Lily Love Stuff says because she liked about having a BA in anthropology. Okay. It's weird that she has a BA in anthropology and thinks that means that Rome doesn't exist and was a propaganda tool by Spain. What? Andrew Patella says, cultures and subcultures are nested fractally. There's no bottom. Yes, there is. I'm right here. All right, let's get to the actual shit. Oh, boy. All right. So here's a weird... I got a tinfoil up. I forgot. Duh. We didn't get to level 5, but there were a bunch of gifted subs directly after. So I'll count it. We're doing tinfoil regardless. The full regalia. She lied about having the degree. Sorry, I typoed. She's lying about having a bachelor's even. That's pretty funny. Wait, how do you know she lied? Like, she's making the claim, it appears, that she has a degree. How do you know she's lying about it? Because if you're making that claim, you gotta substantiate that. Tucker Light says, Rome is a social construct created by Big Italy. Is this that celebrity is actually alive and working to overthrow the government on the bingo card? It will be, yes. Rachology says the term is acculturation. It's like cultural appropriation, but there's more of a two-way flow in the culture that is borrowed is given a degree of respect in the prominent power structure. Yeah. Cultural exchange is not uncommon, and not inherently a bad thing. Usually when we're talking about cultural appropriation, it has to do with dominant colonial cultures appropriating the culture or iconography of societies, people that were previously colonized and disrespected by said dominant, air quote, civilization. At least that's to my understanding what the term typically means. What else we got? Tea with Goblin says, good morning, Hannah and chat. Did I miss much? My sleep cycle is utter bollocks, and I just woke up. Spelling's pretty good, too, or your grammar. Nailing it. Would TikTok girl be racist disbelief of historical achievements? Honestly, I'm not sure. Because it's not like... Like, if the Romans were typically depicted as being, like, a modern minority group that there are negative stereotypes about, I would maybe agree. Like, if she was talking specifically about, like, Egypt and saying Egyptians didn't build the pyramids, but she's not doing that. It seems like she's trying to almost do the opposite in that and I understand emotionally why she would feel the need to do this. Practically, it doesn't make sense in the same way that misconstruing information or spreading misinformation, even for what they perceive to be a good reason, is a bad thing. I'm guessing that they see a common thing amongst, like, white supremacist types or people who are obsessed with Western culture will deify the Romans in a lot of ways and act like the Romans are the best. So I assume what she's trying to do is to sort of deflate that idea by saying, you think Rome is amazing and we should emulate Rome and blah, 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 and you're the custodians of Western civilization carrying on from Rome. Well, Rome didn't even exist, white supremacist. Like, I understand why she would want to cut off the idea of Rome as, like, this great civilization that gets, you know, talked about by dumb assholes today. But you can't just do that. You can't just make up things that aren't true in order to suit your rhetoric better. You can't just say Rome didn't even exist because you don't like that white supremacists use Rome as a rhetorical talking point. That's not how it works. Anyway, Fraggled Rock, thanks for 10 months, says, good evening, cuties. Sub-baby Frederick Krueger and I are excited to have some tinfoil foolishness. Sweetie Bunny Mommy says, does Hannah have a new P.O. box since you moved? No, I gotta get a new one. That's just mine. Right now, it's still this old one that goes to Jake's area. If you still send stuff to that, that's fine. I'll get it through Jake. It'll take longer. Tucker White says, with all this talk about Rome, and there's a link.
And the Romans, what and the Romans, what and the Romans,
Life of Brian. Wait, was there a Life of Brian musical? I knew there was Spam-A-Lot. I guess I didn't know there was a Life of Brian musical. Anyway, let's get into it. So, this is something that we've touched on briefly in previous streams, and it's getting bad. So, of course, QAnon is this conspiracy theory movement that we've talked about plenty on this channel. I'm not going to go over the whole thing again and beat a dead horse, but basically, there are individuals that, due to postings on 4chan and later 8kun, previously 8chan, run by Jim and Ron Watkins, believe that they have been communicated to by a government entity known as Q. Colloquially at the time when it started, known as QAnon, because people on the chans are known as Anons. So he was QAnon. There were other Anons too, like CIA Anon. There were other ones, but the QAnon one stuck. This individual has been fucking with conspiracy theorists to their own ends, for whatever reason, for years. They haven't posted in a while, but the crux of their thing that became this movement is Democrats, the wealthy, but specifically like democratic, left-leaning, progressive wealthy people, are secretly Satanists who are abusing and murdering and eating children for Satan and to live forever because they think kids have chemicals in their brains if you traumatize them called adrenochrome that you can then take like a recreational drug and live forever. Yes, this is a thing real adults believe. And they believe that the only hope to stop this evil satanic cabal is Donald Trump working with his hero team of Lynn Wood, Sidney Powell, used to be Mike Pence, but they don't like Mike Pence anymore. Adrenochrome on the card, sure. You get it. Just crazy bullshit. In addition to this crazy conspiracy theory narrative is that of JFK Jr. returning to become Trump's VP. Okay. So how do I explain this one? I was talking with Baha about this last night and how this comes from. And I've decided that when you are talking about conspiracy theories, you need to shift gears. A normal person like you or I, when we're looking at someone's belief systems and trying to understand the root of that belief system, we typically would probably ask ourselves something along the lines of, how did you get to this from A to B to C? What are the facts or the evidence available that led you from here to your conclusion? Not unreasonable. This is not how you need to look at conspiracy theories like QAnon, because these people are not following evidence. They're not following pieces of tangible proof that lead them to conclusions. You need to think about this like a narrative, because conspiracy theories are not logic-driven, they are narrative-driven. They are rhetorically driven, okay? Especially something like this that gets very culty. So it's not about what you can prove, it's not about what you can substantiate, it is about what feels good as a narrative. So when they bring JFK Jr. into this, it has everything to do with American dynasties, and especially older Americans yearning for a version of America that they have never themselves been a party to, but idealize in their head for a number of reasons. So, look at your average QAnon boomer believer, or even older Gen X. Someone in their 50s or their 60s. Someone who, when JFK died, either wasn't alive or they were very young and not politically engaged. To them, the idea of JFK is that of the idealized American president, right? JFK was a progressive Democrat at the time, at least in terms of labor, right? So a lot of people have very positive positions on JFK Jr. Of course, JFK Sr. JFK probably would not have liked modern-day Republicans very much. Surprise. But that doesn't matter, because it's not about the real person that JFK was, it's about what JFK represents. And that is the idealized American president from a time when America was doing the best it has ever done, basically. Our culture was dominant, our economy was booming, everything was great. If you were white, and especially if you were a straight white dude. But that's their perception, because a lot of the QAnon people, most of the QAnon people, are straight white people. So anyway, a lot of QAnon people also believe in conservative ideals like dynasties, like basically like a public sector monarchy, right? So, of course, you can't have JFK coming back from the dead, although some also believe that. But of course, JFK would be over 100 years old at this point. Would that make him the oldest living president if he were somehow alive? Or not the oldest living. Of course he'd be the oldest living, but I mean like the oldest living ever. The oldest to ever live. The point I'm trying to make is, the narrative that makes this make sense to QAnon people is that we need a real American president, JFK, to come back and save us from the nightmare that has become America in the 21st century, aka a more, at least socially progressive America that, talks about racial issues, lets gay people get married, allows trans people to exist. None of that would fly back in the 60s. So, in order to harken back to this time, they believe that the dynastic heir to the JFK idealized presidential throne belongs to JFK Jr., who died in the late 90s. But in this version of the narrative, because this is a compelling narrative for them, JFK Jr. faked his own death and laid in wait as a savior to come back and work with Trump in order to save America from all these, communistic left-winger, demon, satanic, whatever. This is how this gets ingratiated into the belief system. Not because there's any evidence of it, but because there is a clear narrative that is compelling to those who wish to believe it. Okay? All make sense? Good. No more questions as to why do they believe JFK Jr. is coming back. That's why. Because it is a compelling narrative to them. Period. Cool. Tellurian Katrin says, the most interesting thing about Negative 48 stuff is they keep claiming to see celebrities from specific periods, 60s to the 80s mostly, so I low-key think that part of the system is nostalgia. Oh yeah, it's a huge part of it. Mythical Creature, thanks for 13 months, Tellurian Katrin with 100 bits, says, so all these celebrities from this time period faking their deaths and coming back from a victory lap is the embodiment of nostalgia. Yes, it's literally conservatives, or in this case, regressives, yearning for not only a metaphorical return to the past in terms of winding the clock back on rights for, women, LGBT people, other minorities. It is a literal return to the past in that we have people coming back from the dead in order to visually remind you things are back how they're supposed to be. Rachology says, I hear a lot of women had positive positions on JFK at the time, too. Hydrate. Okay. Princess Amelia says, this is crazy. Even by QAnon standards, that's quite an achievement. I know. Ice Queen says, stupid. Very, very stupid question. But why are they not obsessed with the very alive Carolyn Kennedy, then? Misogyny? Yes. Killjoy says, I was joking in 2020 about it being a religion. I'm not laughing anymore. Trump will outlive us as a messiah figure. Reactionary is the term I would use instead of regressive, by the way. Yeah, it's literally because JFK Jr. was a guy. People in the QAnon thing don't think women can lead. Okay, so, Alumet, thanks for 6 months. So let's read the actual articles. That was just all preface for what's going on with the, negative 42 people or whatever. So, these articles are going to be in chronological order, and then we're going to watch some videos on this cult that is forming around this JFK Jr. belief. These articles are by Vice, by the way, who have been keeping tabs on this story. Hundreds of QAnon supporters are currently traveling from all across the United States to Dallas, where they expect to see John F. Kennedy suddenly reappear on Tuesday night and ordain former President Donald Trump as the, quote, King of Kings, which is usually a, what's the word I'm thinking of? An honorific designated for that of Jesus Christ in Christianity, just so you know. Where did the negative 42 come from? I'm actually not sure. It's the name of their group. Maybe the articles will go into it. Tucker White says, I wonder if in 50 to 100 years from now, if we'll have this same idiocy with the return of, say, Obama. That'd be funny. Them thinking Obama will return, but with, whatever fashy right-wing piece of shit is a thing in the future. It's cute that we're talking about American politics 100 years from now. Like, that'll be a thing. Anyway. Things have degenerated too quickly. Do you see what we're reading today? Epitaph? Okay, thank you. Yeah, honorific is like Mr., Mrs., Doctor, right? Anyway. Epithet. Anyway, some QAnon followers were so eager to secure their place for the return of JFK that on Monday night, hundreds of them gathered in Dealey Plaza, where Kennedy was shot in 1963, waiting for the latest QAnon conspiracy theory to come true. I like that they say waiting for the latest QAnon conspiracy to come true. Bad wording. It sort of implies any of the QAnon stuff has come true at all, which it, of course, has not. Tucker White says also there's one true King of Kings. Behold the King. I don't get wrestling jokes. I've never seen a single wrestling match in my life. If you send me a WWE joke, over my head. Over my horns, actually. Andrew Patello says, King Trump on bingo? You betcha. QAnon influencers are promoting several different versions of the conspiracy theory and what will supposedly happen on Tuesday night. According to Whiplash 347, an account with almost 250,000 followers, Trump will be reinstated as the 18th president of the United States because everything since 1871, the date the sovereign citizen movement claims the U.S. became a corporation, is, quote, illegal. So yes, this QAnon cult is including ideology stolen from sovereign citizens. Whiplash 347 continues that Trump will then step down, and JFK Jr., who died in a plane crash in 1999, will become president, like he would if it wasn't for Hillary plotting to kill him. End quote. Did I mention they think Hillary Clinton killed JFK Jr. in the 90s? They think that. Joining JFK Jr. as vice president will be the disgraced former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Here's a tweet. There is currently a large crowd of what appears to be QAnon believers at the AT&T Discovery Plaza in downtown Dallas. A popular QAnon theory recently is that JFK Jr. of the Kennedy family will make a big announcement at Dealey Plaza by the grassy knoll sometime tomorrow. Here are the pictures. A lot of people. Just saying. H. Baird says, as far as QAnon prophecies coming true, didn't Trump say tippy top or something like that? I think so. Nick says, what the fuck? This is like Chud Voltron. Ice Queen says Andy Kaufman should take this opportunity to come back. Honestly, if Andy Kaufman came back from the dead and the last, 5 or 6 years have all just been one big Andy Kaufman joke, I wouldn't be bad. Be like, that tracks. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense than whatever we thought was happening previously. Anyway, at this point, Trump will ascend to become one of the 7 new kings, most likely the King of Kings. Michael Brian Protzman, who runs the Negative 48 channel, over 100,000 subscribers, sees things differently. Protzman has long claimed that the Kennedy... Hold on, I gotta copy-paste so we can check out their channel. Protzman has long claimed that the Kennedy bloodline is directly linked to Christ. He told his followers that on Tuesday, JFK Jr., or JFK Sr., Jackie, and JFK Jr. will be reintroduced to the world. Then, the JFK Sr. will travel around for 7 days, then will pass. What? Does JFK Sr. know he's gonna die 7 days after coming back from the dead? The shit. Michael Brian Protzman, who runs... I just read that one, sorry. Before he dies, however, quote, JFK Sr. will transfer power to Donald Trump and JFK Jr. will be Trump's vice president. Another part of the conspiracy claims that JFK's return will coincide with the reversion to the Julian calendar, which means the date will change immediately back to October 20th. As ludicrous and outrageous as all these claims are, it's a clear indication that the hold that the QAnon conspiracy movement has over its followers, that hundreds of them gathered in Dallas more than 24 hours before this, is all scheduled to take place. Blackwing Hecate says, no kings, no masters. Unless it's JFK Jr. Then tread on me, daddy. As ludicrous and outrageous as all these claims are, just read that, sorry, a live video of the gathering on Monday night was posted on YouTube by Patriot Dave, a QAnon supporter from Missouri. He spoke to dozens of members of the crowd, asking them where they'd traveled from for the event. People said they had come from Florida, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Delaware, New York, California, North Carolina, Michigan, Arizona, Utah, Minnesota, Georgia, South Dakota, and Indiana. Many in attendance wore t-shirts with the words Trump Kennedy 2024 emblazoned on the front. Hydrate. Killjoy says this whole thing is like a JFK / Book of Revelation / fanfic. Yeah. QAnon claimed as a source. Fuck it, yeah. Why is it always Michigan on bingo? Yeah. We'll go over the bingo card. It's fine to call them out. I'm just saying, like, we'll go over the bingo card at the end of this segment. Procagom says, look, I know we've been in cult territory for a few years, but now we are in a cult. Yeah. We're in a cult territory. Yeah. Many more QAnon followers have indicated on Telegram groups and other QAnon message boards that they also intend to travel to Dallas on Tuesday for what they believe will be the moment they've been waiting for. When Trump is vindicated and order is restored, JFK Jr. has been a key part of the QAnon conspiracy mythos for some time. It began in June 2018 when someone claiming to be him posted on the message board 8chan and suggested he was the person behind the movement. The QAnon Anonymous podcast, which is excellent. I'd highly recommend it. They stream on Twitch, and I think they also are on Spotify. Probably Apple Podcasts. I'm not familiar. I don't have an iPhone. And they say, tonight's episode covers last weekend's dueling QAnon conferences in Salt Lake City and Las Vegas. The latter saw 2 different speakers some believe are a living JFK Jr., so which one is real? You decide. Left, Wano Savin, a.k.a. Wayne Willett, right, Vincent Fusca. These are 2 separate people. I swear to God, this is a thing. There are 2 separate people in the QAnon community that the QAnon community regularly claim are JFK Jr. in disguise. I've heard of him. I've not heard of this guy. I've heard of Vincent. I've not heard of this dude. But apparently QAnon people think either of them might be JFK Jr. Tucker White says, so I've been stuck on why these idiots pick 1871 as the beginning of the United States Corporation, and I'm wondering if this from President Grant's tenure is what, quote, caused, unquote, this. Enforcement Act of 1870, Force Act of 1871, and the KKK. To add enforcement to the 15th Amendment, Congress passed an act that guaranteed the protection of voting rights of African Americans. Grant signed the bill, known as the Force Act of 1870, into law on May 31st, 1870. This law was designed to keep the Redeemers from attacking or threatening African Americans. Oof. You know, I wish I could live in a world where I would say, that's ridiculous. It has nothing to do with that, but I don't know. And a lot of conspiracy stuff, unfortunately, veers into white supremacist territory, basically randomly and for no good reason. Not that there's any good reason for veering into white supremacist territory, but conspiracy theories find just the worst reasons to do it. So anyway, that was before that. That was before the JFK thing happened, was that article. One sec. Dallas, QAnon. Let's see if we can find footage of that day.
Welcome back to Take Back JFK assassination.
Yeah, this is all from the day that they showed up in Dallas at Dealey Plaza waiting for the return of JFK.
No, did not know it. Hundreds of, stop it right now, QAnon believers lined up on the grassy knoll. You guys know this grassy knoll. It's the site of the JFK assassination. They believed that the president's late son, JFK Jr., would miraculously appear and that he would help Donald Trump take back power and agree to be his running mate. In case you don't remember, JFK Jr. died tragically in 1999, of course, in a terrible plane crash with his wife and her sister, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, as well. Questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Actually, thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. My first question is, why JFK Jr. and not JFK, especially given the location that they chose to?
They do think it's JFK and JFK Jr. Anyway, so there were tons of people who showed up. Let's meet the leader of this group, shall we? Tucker White says, I used to think it was related to the election Rutherford B. Hayes, which was incredibly controversial and contentious, but that happened in 1876, not 1871, or the election of Rutherford B. Hayes. Narnian the Owl says, I would love to know how Trump feels about his cult paying more attention to a dead guy than him at the moment. Let me be clear about something too, by the way, guys. This is not the entirety of QAnon. If you run into someone online who is a QAnon person and clearly a QAnon person and you bring this up to them, there's a good chance they're going to be like, that's bullshit. Those people are bullshit. They're not in this. They're not Anons. This is all deep state plants. At this point, the QAnon community has begun fracturing into different, what I would almost call sects, similar to like a religion, where different groups believe different things. So this is a particularly batshit group, although it's all batshit. But this one, they're meeting in person and waiting for dead people to show up, so, you know. But don't expect every single QAnon person to necessarily believe this. I've seen plenty who are calling this a psyop to make Q people look crazy, because obviously we didn't already think they were crazy. The Distant Red says, LOL, do you think they're going to hire a JFK Jr. impersonator? PSYOP on the bingo card? Yeah, that'll count. I brought it up, but it's a thing that they talk about. Meet the anti-Semitic QAnon leader who led followers to Dallas to meet JFK. Many QAnon believers went to Dallas this week on the word of Michael Brian Protzman, who tens of thousands of loyal followers known as Negative 48. On Tuesday morning, hundreds of QAnon followers gathered on a grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza in downtown Dallas, believing they were about to see John F. Kennedy reappear. These people had traveled from all over the U.S., California, Florida, New York, Montana, and at least a dozen other states. On Monday night, there was an almost carnival-like atmosphere in downtown Dallas as they gathered in anticipation for the predicted return of the assassinated president, something they believed would also somehow trigger the return of former President Donald Trump to the White House and his announcement as King of Kings. Again, I think the issue with people in the press and in the real world is when they say things like, they believed would also somehow trigger the return of former President Donald Trump. Logic is not the point. The point has never been, we need evidence. The point is a narrative that makes them feel good, that makes them the heroes of the story. This is not about logic. This is not about reality. This is about playing pretend, whether they realize they're playing pretend or not, and filling roles in a narrative that is satisfying to them, that gives them purpose and a community to belong to. It doesn't matter that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't have to make sense for them. That's not what they're here for. Is Peter part of the JFK sect? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Peter believes the JFK Jr. thing. I haven't heard him talk about it. But by early Tuesday afternoon, that sense of anticipation was fast disappearing, and as heavy rains started to fall, the people who had spent a lot of time and money traveling to Dallas to see JFK gave up and trudged back to their hotels. But for many, the cost and effort it took to get to Dallas were not wasted, because even though they didn't see JFK, many of them did get to meet the man they view as the manifestation of God on earth, Michael Brian Protzman, 58, known to his tens of thousands of loyal and obsessive followers as Negative 48, showed up in Dallas to see the prediction he'd made come true. Protzman, born in the same year Kennedy was shot. This is what I'm talking about, by the way. This is a person who wasn't even, like, a conscious, self-aware person when Kennedy... He wasn't even alive when Kennedy, I would imagine, was... he was born the same year Kennedy was shot. Yeah, so when Kennedy was elected, this guy wasn't even alive. But he has idealized JFK because through cultural osmosis, the United States has a huge boner for JFK, and, like, there are good reasons, too. There were great things JFK wanted to do in terms of, like, labor rights and stuff like that. Yeah. Fuck yeah. But that's not what he's likes. That's not what he's obsessed with in terms of JFK, nor the QAnon people. It's that he was viewed through most of the 20th century, or at least, you know, after he died, as the idealized American president. The what if, a turning point, you know? Shmoop B, thanks for 12 months. Happy anniversary. Says, it's been a hell of a year. Your streams helped save my sanity and brought a little fresh baby into the world. Love what you do. Well, thank you. But nonetheless, the point I'm trying to make is, he was not even alive for Kennedy. Not in any way that matters. But he idealizes the caricature that pop culture has painted of JFK, and therefore he uses him as a prop in the narrative that pulls in so many other conspiracy believers. He has run his own demolition firm called Eclipse Demolition for the last 14 years from his hometown of Federal Way, Washington. Records show that the company went into administration last year, around the same time that Protzman was beginning a new career as a QAnon influencer. But unlike most influencers, Protzman has effectively built a cult within the QAnon movement, where his followers refer to him as a godlike figure, are willing to travel across the country to see JFK resurrected, and most of all, continue to praise Protzman even when the miracle fails to materialize. His rise within the QAnon world has been rapid. Back in March, his -48 Telegram channel had around 1,700 members. Today it has over 105,000 members, but aside from the numbers of followers Protzman has, what makes him stand out from other QAnon influencers is the loyalty and worship he has engendered in those people. Protzman has used his newfound fame to spread deeply anti-Semitic content while pushing highly suspect financial investigations to his followers, many of whom confessed within the channel that they are in vulnerable situations personally and are in need of help. Financial investments. I think I misspoke. Financial investments. I'm sorry, Dirtger, I missed your bits. Dirtger says, it's hilarious to me that Christians are so tired of waiting for Jesus to return. They made their own Messiah. Donald Trump is a golden calf. They literally made a gold statue of him. So yeah. And they called themselves Christians, right? It's weird. I don't really care. I'm not a Christian, but if I was, I'd be pissed, right? You'd think. Like, wouldn't this be insulting if you were a Christian? Tucker White says, Hannah Cronkite. From Dallas, Texas, The Flash, apparently official. President Kennedy. Oh, wait, I gotta be wearing glasses because there's a takes off glasses stage prompt. President Kennedy didn't show up at the 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. Glances up at clock. 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago. Logard says, oh please, oh please, oh please, let there be Kool-Aid. Oh please, oh please. Not a great joke to make. I know you don't know the whole story, but based on what I'm about to read in the following articles, not a great joke to make. They might actually kill themselves. I'm not kidding. This is serious. Who is joking? Yeah, no, Gotta purge that shit. Don't be calling for people's deaths in my chat. Even in... No. Don't do that shit. That's a no-no. Purge. Guys, I literally have to enforce Twitch TOS. What don't you understand? Mike Mack says, as a Catholic, these people make me feel ashamed of my faith at times. Anyway. Where were we? Protzman has used his newfound fame to spread deeply anti-Semitic content while pushing highly suspect financial investments to his followers, many of whom confessed within the channel that they are vulnerable personally and are in need of help. As well as denying the Holocaust, shocker, Protzman's channel has boosted the deeply anti-Semitic film Europa, The Last Battle, a 10-part film that contains Jews created communism and deliberately started both world wars as part of a plot to found Israel by provoking the, quote, innocent Nazis who were only defending themselves. Oh my goodness. Killjoy with 100 bits says, we're fucked. Trump barely lost after nearly 500,000 people died from COVID, and these people are off their rocker, going to drink booze and eat ice cream now. Yeah, that's bad. Things are gonna get bad. They're already bad. They're gonna get worse. Things are gonna get worse. 2022, the Democrats are gonna lose. In 2024, there is a good chance Biden's gonna lose. Whether it's to Trump or DeSantis or someone else, I don't know. But probably gonna lose, and Republicans are going to spend all of their time, as they have been already, dismantling democracy from within. So that's fun. Killjoy 102, I just read that one. Sorry. Yes, overt anti-Semitism on the bingo card. Anyway. If you haven't watched, quote, if you haven't watched the documentary Europa: The Last Battle 2017, here's the link, said the Post, sent October 2nd. It has been viewed 38,000 times. He spread Holocaust-denying anti-Semitic conspiracy theory videos to almost 40,000 people. Don't worry. When is the spread of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories ever resulted in bad things for anyone? I could only name one time. H. Baird says, considering all the similarities, doesn't it make you wonder if Christianity is just 2,000-year-old QAnon? At this point, yeah, it's different because of the lack of social media, but it started like any cult. Religions often start as cults. It's not uncommon. Mike Mack says, but Hannah, don't you know we need to teach opposite views of the Holocaust in school? Guys, I don't know if you understand this, but we are already at a point where Republicans are they've been for decades trying to teach creationism in schools. Now they're trying to basically stop you from teaching anything in history that has to do with the disenfranchisement of minority groups in the United States. If you don't think within our lifetime, if you are my age, I'm 27, if you don't think within our lifetime there will be an actual concerted effort by right-wingers to stop teaching about the Holocaust in schools, or to try and both sides it and unironically try and, like, teach Holocaust denial narratives in schools, you have not been paying attention. That is going to happen at some point. We might be 60, we might be 70, it could be next year at the pace things have degenerated. But at this point, I assure you that will happen. It's gonna be fucking sick. What's the reason? Because they're anti-Semitic, and they want to kill Jewish people. They want to vilify minority groups. It's how fascism works. Oh, look! Baja has a link. Are they already doing it? Texas schools are being told to teach opposing views of the Holocaust. Why? This is an article from a month ago. So, you're welcome. Whenever anyone calls me a doomer, I just go, Am I a doomer, or are you not paying attention? Am I pessimistic, or is everyone else delusional? Thanks, Baja. Anyway, he's also promoted the film Adolf Hitler, The Greatest Story Never Told, which is a title that makes me want to throw up, related to the, and said if Trump had done what he needed, he would have been compared to the Nazi leader. Blackwing Hecate says, seriously, is there anything we can do about this shit? Learn to use a gun safely in case you need to defend yourself someday? That's about all I got for you. Rachology says, hi from the UK, where teachers are already banned from talking about white privilege and anything that might, quote, heighten racial tensions by order of the government. That's gross. Bumble Homestead says, we're in Texas. This is legitimately part of the reason I'm keeping the kid in the online school so I can monitor their curriculum. Protzman attempts to hide his hatred of Jews by discussing conspiracies related to Khazars, an anti-Semitic dog whistle that's been used by conspiracy theorists for centuries. But in an audio chat in May, Protzman declared to his followers that, quote, there are no Jews, period, anywhere, period. There is no Jewish race, and the Jewish leadership are basically the British Empire. The Roman Empire, it's just the criminals. This is a common anti-Semitic obfuscation. By the way, conspiracy theorists who peddle in anti-Semitism will often try to deflect from their anti-Semitism by saying things along the lines of, well, they're not really Jewish. As if the issue with anti-Semitism wasn't, you know, the hatred and vitriol spat out at, you know, an entire group of people, and just the fact that, you know, they might be Jewish. Like, they are Jewish, but you know what I mean? It's weird to me that they think the problem is solved if they just go, well, they're not really Jewish. Doesn't matter. I don't care what group you're doing this to. You are taking an entire ethnic group, religious group, however you're considering it, and deciding they're all evil, you fucking ass. I just hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Anyway, like many grifters, Protzman is pushing questionable financial advice to his followers. In this case, it involves investing in foreign currencies like the Iraqi dinar or the Vietnamese dong under the pretense that a, quote, great financial reset is coming and will revalue those currencies on a one-to-one basis with the dollar, instead of creating millions of dollars in wealth for those who have invested. While Protzman tells followers they can buy the currency anywhere, I like that conspiracy theory because it fundamentally doesn't understand how currency works and why certain currency is valued more or less than others, and if that happened, it would render all currency basically worthless. Like, if every currency in the world all of a sudden, each one, like one dinar or one dong or one whatever equals $1 American and they're all equivalent, that's not good. That would crash the global economy immediately if you just did that, because all of a sudden money's all over the fucking place where you don't know where it is or what it's doing. There's no way. It basically ignores the fact that money is a stand-in for labor value, which it is. And don't get me wrong, you can kind of fuck with it as an instrument for the economy, but like, at the end of the day, it needs to mean something. When it stops meaning something practically is when shit starts to break down. Narnania Owl says it's like those who pretend anti-Semitism is something entirely different because the etymology of the word includes other ethnicities too. Yeah, it's stupid. It's like those people who are like, it's not homophobia, I'm not afraid of gay people. Like, you know what we mean, you asshole. Mike Mack says, did you talk about Trump having a black belt? I didn't. Andrew Patella says anti-Semitism is seen as worse than other kinds of bigotries, but that's not because the targets are Jewish people, it's because of the near omnipresence of anti-Semitism and because of the historical context. And if they think the Jews were, quote, replaced before World War II, the significant part of the historical context that remains. Yeah. The phobia suffix means aversion, not fear. I understand that. What I am saying is homophobes will use that and misunderstand that and say, literally, I am not afraid of gay people, therefore I'm not a homophobe. I don't misunderstand the idiom. Homophobes pretend to in order to pretend they aren't homophobes. That's the entire point I'm making. Anyway. While Protzman tells followers they can buy the currency anywhere, he says the best way to do it is by signing up on the website he promotes, where users have to sign an NDA before making their purchase, an agreement which he said on an audio chat in May that forbids them from discussing the details of the transaction. Wink. Quote, the stuff that I have seen has shaken me to my core, one researcher who had been tracking Protzman's activity for months told Vice News. The researcher, who tweets at the Exposing Extremism account, was granted anonymity to protect himself from attacks by Protzman or his acolytes. Quote, they're brainwashing people with English gematria. Protzman's popularity is built on a bastardized version of the numerology known as gematria, a Jewish system of assigning numerical value to a name, word, or phrase based on the letters used in inferring some sort of spiritual or mystical meaning behind the phrase. This is going to be numerology on the bingo card. Protzman's fake gematria is based on English A equals 1 to Z equals 26 rather than Hebrew Alf equals 1, Taf equals 400, a system Protzman appears to have co-opted from a similar method developed by English occultist Aleister Crowley. Protzman applies this fake version of gematria to passages of the Bible as well as QAnon phrases, freely mixing the two worlds to create a link between Christianity, QAnon, and the Kennedys. Protzman uses this system as proof to support his complex and fantastical lies he's told his followers. In Protzman's telling, Jesus Christ married Mary Magdalene and had 4 children with her. This gave rise to a bloodline that went on to create many famous people today, notably the Kennedys. He's also claimed that blood type O is a marker for the Christ bloodline and that the New World Order is trying to hunt down that bloodline by DNA testing COVID-19 PCR swabs. Oh my god. One sec. Baha? Hello? Can you hear me? She might be using the bathroom. 38% of the people on the planet. Jesus was a regular Genghis Khan. That dude was just coming everywhere. Anyway. In Protzman's fantasy world, JFK and Jackie Kennedy are the physical second incarnation of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. That would be incest then. Right? If Jackie Kennedy and JFK are related to Jesus and Mary Mary Magdalene had children, JFK and Jackie would be related. And JFK Jr. would be an incest baby. Don't put incest babies in your fanfic. Lokarth says, per the results of a study published in neurology, people with this blood type are at an 82% higher risk of developing cognitive and memory problems that lead to dementia. In fact, those with blood type O may have lower risk of stroke and heart attack, which can lead to cognitive impairment. What's Jezebel on the bingo card? Jezebel is a biblical figure that was created, well, an apocryphal biblical figure that was the woman that God created prior to Eve, but she wanted to fuck Adam on top instead of being the bottom, and God was like, can't have that. So, Jezebel, wait, no. Am I thinking of the other one? No, I'm thinking of Lilith. Who was Jezebel? Jezebel is another biblical character that Bob Larson believes became a demon and is now a slutty demon. We watch his videos sometimes when he exercises the slutty demon. Lily Lovestuff says, so according to that guy, I'm a descendant of Christ, my half-black ass. I feel like that would deeply upset him. Your complexion's probably closer to what Jesus's was than a random white guy. I'm just saying. Deadman RPMX says, the title of this video should be called The Da Vinci Code Reloaded with Hannah Reloaded. Lily Lovestuff says, that's Lilith, Hannah, that's where my username comes from. Yeah, I fucked up for some reason. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I was confusing Jezebel with Lilith in my head for a sec. Logarth says, Jezebel was the daughter of the priest king Ethbal, ruler of the Phoenician city of Tyre and Sidon. When Jezebel married King Ahab of Israel, ruled 874 to 853 BCE, she persuaded him to introduce the worship of Tyrian god Baal Melkart, a nature god. Most of the prophets of Yahweh were killed at her command. Interesting. One sec. Let me see if Baha can hear me. Hey, Baha! COVID-19 PCR test. Right, that's what I'm asking. Can you get blood type from someone's, like, other fluids? Okay. 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 Thank you. Okay. Okay, sorry, I wanted to get clarification because Baha works in a lab, has used PCR tests. According to her, you can't get blood type from COVID PCR tests. Or if you were to, it would be very difficult because you'd be using... Excuse me. Because you'd be using a bodily fluid other than blood to try and blood type, which would be difficult. Oh, excuse me. Tea with Goblin says, the story of Jezebel also introduced me to the word, defenestrate, as she was killed by being pushed out of a window, as we deserved. Damn uppity women's having political authority and pride. Defenestrate. Thank you. Okay. The videos captured of Protzman in Dallas this week, he is seen speaking as if in a trance, channeled some higher source and talking or taking words or phrases, assigning them numeric values, and then linking those phrases to other words and phrases with identical values, implying some sort of meaning in those connections. When JFK failed to materialize in Dealey Plaza on Tuesday, Protzman and many of his followers went to a Rolling Stones concert, where many claimed they met Michael Jackson in disguise. Not someone I would want to meet. I don't like people who fuck kids, though. Nick says this guy is either an idiot or an S-tier con artist. Porque no los dos. Protzman did not respond to multiple calls from Vice News to his cell phone or text messages, WhatsApp messages, or emails. Calls to numbers listed for Protzman business went unanswered, while calls to a number listed for his residence went answered by someone who said, no one of Protzman's name lives here. As outrageous and unhinged as Protzman's claims may sound, he clearly tapped into a demand for those messages. While other similar groups on Telegram also pushed followers to travel to Dallas, their basis for doing so was Protzman's predictions. And unlike other online conspiracy influencers, Protzman has so much sway over his followers that he was able to get them to travel from all corners of the country and show up in Dallas based solely on his word that a miracle was going to take place. While many within the broader QAnon community blasted Protzman and his followers for making a mockery of the movement by staging such a stunt, no, really, this is what I'm talking about in terms of them kind of splitting off into different sects. And despite the fact that Kennedys didn't appear at Dealey Plaza, Protzman's followers remain loyal. In one group chat on Telegram channel filled with followers of Protzman on Wednesday evening, one follower said, quote, I am so energized and feel amazingly positive about all this. Another said, I think Dallas was a great success, adding, I'm so proud of Negative and the people that went there. During another live stream chat on Wednesday night, one woman claimed her menstrual cycle was altered as a result of the power of the spirit she encountered at the event. I don't even know about this lady's menstrual cycle. After everyone finished praising the event, the participants turned to discuss a rumor that former President Donald Trump was going to suddenly reappear at the White House at 9 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday evening and address the nation. Trump did not speak from the White House on Wednesday evening. In the early hours of Thursday morning, another chat was organized by Randall Moody, who is known online as Prime Minister. Moody was also in Dallas, and at one point during the event, he passed out while Protzman was declaring himself to be John F. Kennedy and Jesus Christ. This is a video I actually pulled up. Let's check this out. This guy in the middle here, in the blue shorts and kind of lilac, blue, purple shirt, whatever color that would be, that's Protzman. To his right, is he the guy that passes out? I don't remember. Check it out. Logarth says, that spirit's name, Buddy, a tech for the venue.
He is prime.
We want that
He
face.
spells with a Y. And Minister 77, Power 77, Glory 77, Christ 77.
Look at the pen.
The prime with a Y is 77. Christ Minister, Power Minister, Prime Minister, Glory Minister. The 7777 is 154. I want to introduce you to, I am the chosen one. Yeah.
Love you guys. Love you guys. A smiling face.
Baja says, this is actually a really great clarification. The article mentions wanting to test for O blood. Correct. He believes that O blood is a signifier of being related to Jesus. Which you can't do because the whole definition of O blood is the lack of antigens. So us with O don't secrete antigens into our saliva, so you wouldn't be able to test for it from bloody body fluids other than blood. Nice. I'd count that as a Baja Blast. That was informative. I feel very blasted. Yeah. Gotcha. Baha, before that, said there are tests far quicker and easier to do to get blood types than a PCR of mucous saliva. A group of people do secrete blood antigens into their saliva, but not everyone, so it wouldn't make sense. Gotcha. Blackwing Hecate says, I am the Lord your God, and what the fuck is wrong with you all? JFK, probably. Nick says, I feel very blasted. Yeah. I say that after every sexual encounter with Baha. I feel incredibly blasted. It's like refreshing. It's like pouring a McDonald's Sprite directly into your asshole. That was about the reaction I was expecting from Baja. I don't know if anyone heard that.
The beginning and everything.
I want you to pay attention, and this is interesting too, to the ages of the people in the group. I'm not trying to be ageist here, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that within QAnon communities, the average age appears to be around 50. Average age. For some reason, the biggest people in the QAnon community are all old people who just seem... How do I explain this? Everyone... It's a pretty common trope where people, when they get older, they get disaffected by the world and change, and they're like, I liked things better when I was a kid. These people are weaponizing that ideology into actively trying to sabotage democracy because they want a time machine that is impossible. Overthought says, if the Boondocks taught us anything, having past historical icons come back won't work out quite like people will want. Closed on Tuesday says, oh, what?
It's just, like, what the hell did you do?
What happened to that? Get over here, dumbass.
Will things get better when the boomers die? No. Nick says, Solari is a good video on how Facebook radicalizes boomers. I'm sure it's good. No, I think the damage is fundamental at this point to America's political systems and economy, to the point that it's not fixable. You can't. Like, all the avenues of repair are out of the hands of people with reason to repair them. Everyone with the power to actually make structural changes that would help stabilize America as a country, economy, and culture for the foreseeable future are disincentivized from doing so because they are currently profiting from the system that is unstable and unsustainable. However, they are making a profit. So, you know, Ferengi shit. Things wouldn't be as bad if Democrats weren't completely bought out by corporations, but this is what I'm talking about. These are structural issues. Because of things like Citizens United, Like, it's just, there's no repairing it. There's no repairing it at this point. Logarth says, the last industry the millennials will kill, whatever the fuck boomers do.
There's one king for you. I'm the chosen one. Prime Minister was before.
When does this dude pass out? I'm sure he passes out.
You guys are surrounded by law.
Father, Son, Holy Ghost, 2, 3. Home 174. Yes, John Kennedy 174.
Oh, what a nut. Okay, let's move on. During a live stream on YouTube in the early hours of Thursday morning, Moody claimed he had met Michael Jackson at the Dallas event. He also claimed he had met around 5,000 people there, even though videos from the event show several hundred attendees at most. Astrofox says, I think older people are more prone to believing misinformation on social media because they grew up getting news from sources that were reliable, news agencies with journalistic integrity rules that aren't used to having to be skeptical of news they read. It's possible. It's also possible that people have never been particularly good at parsing through large amounts of disparate information, and it's only become an issue recently because people are exposed to such a fire hose of information on a daily basis that you have to make those calls that people historically have not had to make for themselves. Talking about everyone here, not just boomers, but young people too. Like, the share of young people that think the earth is flat has gone up. Just so everyone knows, like, young people are potentially susceptible to misinformation as well. Probably not as much as boomers, but don't think that when boomers die, we're done dealing with misinformation caused by things like the internet. Look at people like Peter. They exist. D with Goblin says, will things get better when boomers die? No, because Peter and John Doyle will still be alive, and Elvira will be dead, and after that, what is even the point? In an audio chat on his Telegram channel, Moody's outrageous claims continued. He claims that he experienced a conversation with the Galactics at the Rolling Stones gig, that Q is God, and that when I look at Michael Protzman, I feel like I'm looking at God. It's quite powerful. Moody seeks to monetize his following by directing them to his website, which offers links to discounted quantum health products and CBD oils. When Vice News spoke to Moody on Thursday, he attempted to rehash much of the same conspiracy theories Protzman had laid out in recent months, but when challenged about providing evidence of these claims, he ended the call. This week's event in Dallas was roundly mocked in media, and even among some other factions within QAnon. But for Protzman and his followers, the event was a huge success, providing that no matter how outrageous the claims you make are, you'll still find people to follow you. Or proving, rather, sorry. And given Protzman's obvious anti-Semitic views, what comes next could be even more troubling. Quote, I really think this was a test run because they're taking some of the most extreme ideas and trying to test that out on people. The exposing extremism, researcher said. And potentially they could try this with something much more reasonable, but still disconnected from reality, and do it as a way of basically creating a new Nazi party. End of article. Narnia Owl says, I think the main difference is that older people in the movement have the time and means to show up in person, and the younger ones just keep browsing Reddit and Telegram. Yeah, that's a factor I hadn't taken into consideration. That's fair. Narnia Owl says, I think the main difference is the old... I just read that. Sorry, the scroll threw me off. Nick says, the Galactics, did they get the Pokemon Gen 4 reboot before the rest of us? Haven't played Gen 4. Don't get the joke.
Jesus Christ, I am.
This is him saying he's Jesus. This is an excerpt from the video we watched, skipped a little bit through. Here's where he's calling himself Jesus.
I am Jesus Christ, 174. Yes, John Kennedy, 174.
Oh, and there goes the guy fainting. He fainted because he said he's Jesus.
Father, Son, Holy Ghost, 2, 3.
A guy just passed out in front of him, and he's just gonna keep going. He doesn't care about the guy that passed out.
5. President John Kennedy,
Is this guy the organizer? The guy yelling is. Yes, he is the cult leader.
235. Alpha and Omega, 131. John F. Kennedy, 131. I'm the beginning I am.
Creepy, creepy stuff. All right, one more article about this, and then I'll move on to the other stuff. Because this is, they got in contact with someone whose sister is in the cult, and it's not great. Oh, and look, the cult leader is wearing a tinfoil hat as to lampshade that he is a cult person. Anyway, Katie Garner and her sister grew up in a small town in Arkansas and were always close. Quote, "We both were cheerleaders in high school. We made pretty good grades and loved to just hang out with friends and each other. No one has a perfect childhood, but we had each other. We knew that. And that's what made us so close. We even have matching tattoos to remind each other of that," Garner told Vice News. They both became nurses, and Garner's sister married a doctor and had 3 children. Then, around the time of the 2020 presidential election, Garner's sister started looking at some of the conspiracy theories swirling online about how former President Donald Trump lost the vote. Ultimately, she found QAnon. Cult says they're not a cult. They haven't said they're not a cult yet, to my knowledge. At least I don't see a quote about it, so no. They actually have to expressly deny that for it to count. It took her about 3 months to become totally obsessed, Garner said. That's all she would talk about. You would call her and somehow the conversation would turn into how we live in a world with reptilians and how the Clintons are evil baby eaters. Don't rope me in with the Clintons, please. Appreciate it. Then she found Michael Brian Protzman, known to his followers as Negative 48, who's the leader of a QAnon offshoot that's been camped out in Dallas for the last 3 weeks, awaiting the return of JFK and JFK Jr. Garner's sister left her family behind and drove to Dallas about a month ago and has cut off almost all communication with her family. According to Garner, her sister has so far handed over about $200,000. Andrew Patella says, "Come on, the tinfoil hat is too on the nose. Who wrote this shit?" She's given $200,000 to this group. $200,000. $200,000. An amount that is more than double what my house cost. Yes, I have a cheap house. Fuck you. The Distant Red says, "I know I haven't been Christian for like 14 years, but doesn't the Bible specifically warn against fake Christs?" Yes, it expressly warns against fake prophets. Do you know how the Bible tells you to spot fake prophets? If their prophecies don't come true, they're a fake prophet. So like if someone says JFK's about to show up in Dealey Plaza and JFK doesn't show up, the Bible says expressly that that person is a fake prophet and they should be punished. So anyway, her sister has so far handed over about $200,000 to the group and is being forced to drink a hydrogen peroxide solution and take, quote, biopellets to ward off COVID-19 and stay healthy. Boy, if only there were a vaccine that was approved by the FDA that could help you with that. She believes her sister will never return. Nern India Owl says Harold Camping must have missed that passage. Guess so. She left her children for this and doesn't even care. She's missing birthdays and holidays for this. She truly believes this is all real and we're the crazy ones for trying to get her to come home, but she won't, Garner said. "I don't believe she'll ever come back from this. We're in mourning." Garner's sister was one of the hundreds of people who initially traveled to Dallas to see JFK appear on November 2nd. However, when that didn't happen, the goalpost shifted, and Protzman convinced dozens of people that if they waited long enough, something else would happen. Bear in mind, this is 21 days ago. 21 days ago since they thought JFK was going to show up. They're still there. Katie says her sister's brief message to her parents have gone from "be home in a few days" to "I'm not coming home. My husband can take care of the kids. I'm not leaving until this is over." While the group initially appeared to be waiting for the reappearance of JFK, over the weekend, the tone of Protzman's comments shifted dramatically. Besides proclaiming that he was God's representative on Earth, he also took part in a video chat where participants openly spoke about having to experience death in order to learn the truth. Quote, "Ultimately, we have to experience that physical death. Let go. Come out on the other side," one of the participants in the video call suggested. Who owns Kool-Aid? I need to short a stock. I feel like something's about to happen that's real bad for their PR. Nick says, not Harold Camping must have also missed the passage about no man shall know the day or hour. Andrew Patella says, can we convince these Q fuckers that we have a magical quantum solution that will ward off the virus if injected into their arm? Yeah, that might work. Oh, let's watch the clip anyway.
With the information Charlie's dropped on you, if you're in Charlie's group and you're still around, you're tested.
Yeah, it's that baptism of fire going through that forge, which is ultimately what we all have to go through. We have to experience that physical death, let go of our ego, and come out on the other side. Burn everything that doesn't serve us. Burn all the lies away, and only all that's left is the truth.
Yeah, that's not good. Killjoy says the Q stands for Kool-Aid, the final Q drop. Yeep. Hours later, the administrator of Protzman's Telegram channel posted a screenshot of a This is bad. This is real bad. Hours later, the administrator of Protzman's Telegram channel posted a screenshot of a navigation app showing the destination as Waco, Texas, where in 1993, a month-long law enforcement siege of the Mount Carmel compound belonging to the Branch Davidians religious sect ended with 76 people dead, including 25 children. They're gonna Waco themselves? That's not good. H-Baird says, I suggest amplifying the snake bite kit conspiracy theory. At least people will get vaccinated. Do they think they can suck it out? Chaos, it's intramuscular, but they don't need to know that. Chaos is your friend said, even if it's real, what is the end goal here? What could possibly require you to leave your family behind to stand around waiting for someone to show up? Do you get a special badge for being there when he shows up? I don't know. The QAnon offshoot cult that has been camped out in Dallas for 3 weeks has been widely mocked for claiming that JFK and his son would suddenly reappear. But as the weeks have passed, the group's rhetoric has become increasingly extreme, and many cult and extremism experts are concerned about the direction the group has taken. Quote, the moment when the leader of a cultic group starts talking about the need for physical death to reach utopia is the moment to get the authorities involved, Mike Rothschild, the author of The Storm is Upon Us, a book about QAnon, tweeted. I think I have that book. Is it up here, actually? No, this is a different QAnon book. This is like a pro-QAnon book someone made and sent to me. I don't know. I might have it somewhere. I have a lot of books people have sent. Peter's Cult is in Waco, right? They bought property near Waco. Two Man says, I genuinely fear this might turn into Heaven's Gate too. Oh, yeah. That's where this is going. I genuinely do. God, hiccups. Oh, God. It's so bad. That hurt my diaphragm a lot. Sorry. Yeah, I feel like this one's going to end really badly. I really think they're going to hurt themselves or others. It's going to be bad. There's nothing I can do about it. But Carolyn Orbueno, a behavioral scientist who researches social media manipulation and far-right extremism, compared the shift in direction of the group's rhetoric to the belief expressed by accused murderer Matthew Coleman earlier this year. Quote, these are basically the exact same spiritual religious teachings that the guy in California was getting into just before he brutally murdered his 2 young children, Orr tweeted. For those who don't know, that was the guy who thought his children were secretly reptilian lizard children, and so he killed them. He believed in the QAnon stuff, too. He went to Mexico and killed his kids and hid the bodies there. Several extremist researchers who are closely tracking this group's activities told Vice News that they have sent information to the FBI. A spokesperson for the agency's Dallas field office told Vice News that it cannot open an investigation based solely on a protected First Amendment activity, but urged members of the public who observed threatening, suspicious, or illegal activity to get into touch, because that's always stopped the FBI before. The FBI never gets involved and investigates groups that are just expressing their First Amendment right to protest. Logarth says it'll end up more like the Manson family, I bet. Innocent people dead, the leader in jail is a celebrity, and his closest victims in jail dead or made social pariahs. Maybe. A spokesperson for the Dallas Police Department told Vice News that, quote, the department has limited contact with the group. At this time, there's no significant reason this group should be the cause of concern. Oh, I see the cops are doing their good job as well as they ever do. Nick says, ironically, whoever QAnon is literally is responsible for killing more children than saving any children. Yeah, that wasn't up for question. Oh man, I really fucked up my diaphragm. I'm glad I talk for a living. That's great. It's good whenever every word you say hurts. When contacted by Vice News on Sunday, Protzman did not deny the allegations about the threat his group posed to its members, but rather than responding directly to the specific questions sent to him, he lashed out at the media's coverage of the group, mocked mask wearing, and said the media were the, quote, whores for the 1% globalist pimps. That's a little funny. I'm very worried about her safety, one friend of a person inside the group told Vice News, requesting anonymity to speak openly about the situation. We don't know if she's given him any money, but her husband is about to cancel her cards. She's blowing through money fast. The woman said her friend's husband was making the decision to cancel the credit cards because he's worried about how he's going to pay his mortgage this month. In an audio chat amongst members of Protzman's group on Telegram, one man spoke about cashing in his retirement savings in order to fund his stay in Dallas. As well as soliciting funds from members of the group, Protzman and his core group of supporters continue to solicit donations from the hundreds of thousands of people who follow him online. Pandanom14, thanks for 10 months, says, this is the only cult I would join. Well, thanks for being part of our cult. The financial impact on the group's members is just one concern that's been shared by members of a splinter group of a former Protzman's followers who are now trying to help people leave him. In a Telegram channel the splinter group has set up, one woman spoke about her fiancé, who traveled to Dallas initially at the beginning of the month, returned home to Missouri, but returned to Dallas a week later after Protzman made another prediction. Now she's worried that her fiancé may be lost to her for good. Quote, I keep asking him to come home, and he keeps saying something big is going to happen, and he doesn't want to miss it. A member of the Dealey Plaza Truthers group wrote, I have always thought that perhaps my fiancé might be penniless if he stays with this group. I just hope they wake up before they lose everything. Protzman's latest deadline for something big to happen is Monday, the 58th anniversary of the assassination of JFK in Dallas. But once that passes without anything happening, Protzman will likely propose another date to keep people from leaving. And while Katie Garner believes her sister cannot be saved, she wants other families to be alert to the warning signs that someone is falling down the same rabbit hole as her sister. Quote, Protzman must be stopped, Garner said. My sister may be too far gone, but it's not too late to bring awareness to others. Do not fall into this trap. Do not believe what these people say. They're all delusional and brainwashed, and if you notice a family member isolating themselves, speaking of nonsense, say something, bring them back to reality. We didn't put two and two together. She hid this from us for a year. Don't let what happened to my family happen to yours. Pay attention and hold the ones you love tight. Very, very sad. All right, one more article from the people who left the group, talking about what's going on inside of it, and then we'll move on, because we have other stuff to do, and we've taken almost 2 hours covering this, but I find it really, really interesting. Zach Prakowski, thanks for following. Give me 1 sec to take a breather for my diaphragm. Ugh. We'll check the bingo card after this, too. Inside the QAnon cult that believes JFK is about to return. Have you all noticed she gets stuck on one subject lately? Don't talk about me like I'm not here. I can read your chats. Damn. I'm doing my best. Inside the QAnon cult that believes JFK is about to return. It was 2 a.m. on November 1st when Maureen McNamara realized that something wasn't right. She'd spent every waking hour of the past 2 weeks organizing a list of hundreds of QAnon supporters who were traveling to Dallas to see the resurrection of JFK, based solely on the predictions of one man, Michael Brian Protzman. McNamara, along with hundreds of Protzman's other followers, had been camped out in AT&T Plaza in downtown Dallas for up to 9 hours at this point, and her patience was wearing thin. There were children sleeping on that ground, McNamara told Vice News. There were elderly people, there were people with walkers, people with canes, people that were in pain, in a lot of pain. Chaos is your friend says, I feel like it's FOMO to the extreme, but I still don't understand how any kind of FOMO can be strong enough for you to abandon your family and spend all your life savings. I guess it just really says a lot about their life priorities. I assume a lot of these people, like a lot of targets of cults, and to be clear, anyone can be the target of a cult. You don't have to be a specific kind of person. Your intelligence level is not like the biggest indicator. Cults look for people who are vulnerable, people who are unhappy in their lives for basically any reason and are looking for something to belong to that is different from their day-to-day life as it is. So a lot of these people who are falling victim to this are probably people who just hate their lives for one reason or another, which is not an uncommon thing to have in the year of our Lord 2021. Things aren't going great for most people. So, it's not good. It's terrible, but, you know, there's a reason people fall prey to this. MWade19, thanks for 9 months. Sub baby time. This baby's name is, Luciferase McNasty. Luciferase McNasty. No one appeared, but then Protzman started to shout at everyone to turn off their phones and put them away, that something was about to happen. He told everyone to push back against the walls of the plaza and get ready. He stood 3 feet away from McNamara and told her, "Don't worry, you have the best viewing position there is. You won't miss a thing. You won't miss a thing. Keep your eyes open. You're right where you need to be right now." But again, nothing happened. Then suddenly, everyone was racing towards a small group of Protzman's closest advisors. McNamara wondered if something was finally happening, but when she got through the crowd, she saw that all that was happening was that everyone was being given a t-shirt with Protzman's online alias, -48, printed on it. Everybody scrambling to get one, like we all flew all the way to Dallas, stood around for 16 hours so we could have a t-shirt, McNamara said. Shirt said I drove all the way to Dallas and all I got was this stupid shirt. The line between Shudwatch and Tinfoil Tuesday thins. Yeah, sure. McNamara is now working to, quote, wake up those who are still enthralled to Protzman. Over a week after JFK failed to appear, Protzman remains in Dallas surrounded by dozens of his followers, and he's still predicting the reappearance of the long-dead president and his son, JFK Jr. There's talk of establishing a permanent base in Dallas, and the Telegram channels where Protzman's followers gather online have become even more openly anti-Semitic and extreme in recent days. For McNamara, a devout QAnon supporter, the attraction of coming to Dallas was less the intriguing prospect of seeing JFK appear and more about seeing like-minded people. Quote, what drew me in more than that was an opportunity to be with like-minded people because every news story in this movement is that we've lost friends, McNamara told Vice News. James Luke Picante, thanks for 7 months, says, what's going through their cult leader's head during all this? Think of all the money I'm gonna siphon from these people. We've lost family, we've lost credibility, we've been isolated, we've been lonely, and we've been called lots of different names, crazy among them. And so there was this opportunity suddenly to gather with like-minded people, and that's what I wanted to do. That'll show them you're not crazy. This rhetoric is not helping, by the way. Me making fun of that person is the opposite of what you should do if you're actually trying to pull someone back from cult extremism or conspiracy stuff. I am here for both entertainment and hopefully to teach you something about conspiracies or whatever, right? I'm an asshole, so you don't have to be. If you have a friend who's teetering on falling into this, insulting them and calling them an idiot, well, maybe accurate, is completely antithetical to what you're trying to do here. People who fall into this stuff already feel as though that they're isolated and are looking for a bigger thing to be a part of, some community, some insight that will make them special. You pushing them further to the fringe, you're just going to push them further to it if you call them an idiot or crazy or whatever. Have a conversation with them, don't get me wrong, but, you know, insults aren't going to help. That's why even after spending 16 hours waiting for nothing to happen, McNamara got up at 10 a.m. the next day and joined the group at Dealey Plaza in the belief that JFK would return. At all times, Protzman was portraying himself as a Christ-like figure, McNamara said. He's acting like he's Jesus Christ with his disciples. Everywhere he went, there was this little group around him kissing his ring. And yet, she shelled out hundreds of dollars to go to a Rolling Stones concert that Protzman told everyone would be where JFK would finally appear. In fairness, if you like the Rolling Stones, might as well go anyway. Oh, she doesn't like them, so that's a waste of money then. I was never a fan of the Rolling Stones. I had no intention of going there, but then last minute everyone's saying, you gotta be there, you gotta be there. So I spent $300 on tickets, and it was raw and rainy and cold and miserable. She probably had to scalp them, too. Bloodwine says, we're being cathartically informed. Gotta get the rage out before and after those conversations for the sake of strength during. Yeah. At that point, McNamara was done and began calling out Protzman for his empty promises. She was joined by some others, but many remained loyal, and, quote, that is when the entire group just started turning on each other, and it was ugly. Now back home in Florida, McNamara started a new Telegram group to call out Protzman for his behavior. Protzman's acolytes in turn labeled McNamara and anyone who questioned their leader's credentials as traitors to the cause. Cult-like behavior, circling the wagons. Quote, I know many people who won't now be able to afford Christmas, but it was more important for them to be there. Or, they don't know how they're going to pay next month's mortgage payment, McNamara said. Many people make huge sacrifices financially in their relationships and their lives just to be there. Yet Protzman remains surrounded by dozens of strong group of loyal supporters in Dallas. On Thursday evening, in one of the many Telegram groups run by Protzman's inner circle, users posted videos of the group, including Protzman, dancing inside a hotel ballroom. One photo showed a young child inside the same room, late at night. Also on Thursday, Protzman urged his hundreds of followers... Over under, what are the chances it turns out the cult leader's a pedo? What do you think? 50-50? 60-40? Lily Lovestuff says, my mother was in a cult for 10 years and got convinced to join by her sister who had come back into her life after 25 years and desperate to connect with her family after my middle sister was born. My grandfather was highly abusive, so her and her sister separated after her sister moved out at 16. And her sister got roped in while going through a messy divorce. And then, when my mom kicked out of got kicked out of the cult just in time to fall for Trump. Oof. Bad parenting? Yeah, bad parenting on the bingo card. Anyway. Also on Thursday, Protzman urged his hundreds of thousands of followers online to donate money to the group to pay for suits and ball gowns so that the group could attend an inauguration ball when JFK returns. This is the worst scam. This is the worst scam. This is a scam. This is what a stupid person thinks a scam is like. Like, this is a scam that, like, the characters on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia would come up with, but for some reason it is working in real life with real people who are not caricatures. Like, what the fuck is happening? Such constant moving of goalposts is a typical technique within QAnon and allows the conspiracy movement to explain away unfulfilled promises. Vice News spoke to a family member of one of the people still inside Protzman's group in Dallas who requested anonymity to speak openly about his brother. While the Protzman follower was always into conspiracy theories, he never went too far down the rabbit hole, his brother said, until he began watching Protzman's videos. There were times when he would come over to my sister's place and say he's just got to get away from the computer for a bit because his brain is just all over the place because he's watching these videos. They're so mesmerizing. After over a week without hearing from him since he told them he was attending the Rolling Stones concert in Dallas, the man's family got a reply from him on Thursday when they received a message suggesting he's still in Dallas. Quote, I'm fine. I'm surrounded by people who love me. Again, that's what you say when you're in a cult. However, when they tried to verify that it was their brother who sent it, there was no response. Intercepting communication from family and making your communication that should be private between you and your family a group affair within the cult, that's insular cult behavior. That's like a part of the bite model in terms of identifying cults, is that they're controlling your communication with people outside of the cult or restricting it in some way. So. Protzman's rise was based on the use of a bastardized version of a Hebrew numerology system called gematria, where he links phrases and names together by assigning them a numerical value. In videos posted online, he goes to an almost trance-like state as if channeling some higher power. Dallas Police Department didn't immediately respond to Vice News' questions about whether they had been alerted to the group's presence in the city. Protzman and a person who had spoken to him in the past both declined to comment for this story. At this point, it remains unclear how this charade will end, but Protzman is continuing to use gematria to convince those in his orbit that he has some sort of higher power. Those who are no longer under his spell are happy to be far away. Quote, "I don't know how it will end, but I don't think it will end well. I'm glad that I am back in Florida, as far away from that as I can be," McNamara said. I think that's the first time any human being has ever been said the phrase, "I'm glad that I'm back in Florida." Oh, boy. Seriously, though, this is not good. I'm making jokes, and I always do that to try and keep things light, to try and keep things engaging, in order to get through stuff that is otherwise dry or depressing. Yeah, that's not good. This is not good. This is not good. For the people involved, not good. This is a cult. This is a literal cult, like an in-person scary cult. I hope it dissolves, but at this point, cults like this, I don't think it's just gonna dissolve of its own volition at this point. Either it'll be explosive in the sense that enough people in the group will figure out that they've been scammed, and they will turn against their leader, Protzman, in order to get their money back or whatever else he's taken from them. For revenge, I don't know. Unlikely, not the most common. Or they're going to get even more insular. They're going to make it very difficult to leave. And then things go badly. Either get a big explosive event like Waco or Jonestown, or you get the slow burn. Sometimes you get a slow burn where just the cult persists and it kind of eats out the people that are inside it for years. Neither is good, but we'll keep an eye on this. Obviously, we took a huge portion of today's stream just looking at this, but this is because I wanted everyone to be on the same page in terms of what's going on with this group, because I have a feeling we'll be talking about them in the future, and I just wanted people to be aware of it, keep an eye out for news regarding it. If you happen to know anyone who's getting into the QAnon stuff, be wary of that, and try and get them to back off from the edge if you can. But yeah, that's what's going on in Dallas. Not good. Bumble Homestead says, advert of idiotic Trump coins that just came into my house. 45th collectible series. Oh, God. Does it come with special pennies? I say pennies, you know what I mean. 1 ounce of .999 silver, and we put Trump's face on it for some reason. Overthought says, I think people have always been this susceptible to being conned, joining cults. It's just now scammers and messiah wannabes can get their message out in hundreds of different ways 24/7. Before it took more work to reach less people. It's just a numbers game. At some point, if you can say smothering loud enough, often enough to a lot of people, you'll get plenty of impressionable people to convince. Yeah, it's very strange. I don't know how or if we're going to adapt socially to the internet as it exists today, but social media, well, I do think it's done good. I mean, I couldn't be doing this job and talking to all you people if it wasn't for the internet and social media. But it has created a lot of societal problems, just like any time there's an advent of new technology or communication or whatever. And I don't know how we're going to adjust and deal with it. But things are not going great right now in regards to how people are reacting to social media these days. This is someone's song. I can't just play someone's song. That's copyright infringement. Oh. This is I just had this up. It's only 14 seconds long. This is the leader of the cult calling someone mean things.
They're recording me. I can record you. When do you plan on leaving?
Listen here, dumbass.
See, man, why do you have to get into the name call?
You're
I'm
a
not calling
prostitute,
anybody names.
but I already educated you, prostitute.
Now that's a charismatic leader I can get behind. Oh, and someone on Twitter is claiming to be JFK Jr. Surprise. Hey, you know who we haven't seen in a while? Disgruntled old man that yells at clouds. Let's see what CC is up to. He has 3 videos since the last time we saw him. Respectively, he posted 10 days ago, 9 days ago, and 2 days ago. So let's see how the old man's been.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be.
What aspect ratio is this? Did he specifically set his phone to like a 4:3 aspect ratio? I didn't even know you could make your camera film in 4:3 on your phone without a special app.
See here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's 11/13/21.
Oh, we do need to check the bingo card. You're right. Let's do it real quick. Sorry, I apologize. That's not 4:3. You're not 4:3. It didn't look quite like regular, just vertical video, so I was assuming 4:3. Let's see. Satanic. Did Jezebel come up? No, someone asked about Jezebel. The line between Chudwatch and Tinfoil Tuesday thins. Numerology used as evidence. King Trump. PSYOP. Page 2. Moves goalposts. QAnon is a source. Why is it always Michigan? Baja Blasts. Overt anti-Semitism. Okay. I think that's it. Where was numerology? Actually, we did have numerology. Where was that? I don't think we got that. Bittergrin says, hey guys, I'm totally not here to sell you because his website is selling stuff. Yes, bad parenting was one too. Felix Night Owl says, I heard that an ever-expansive and complex social media verse is what started Skynet. It was around the time that they developed the neural interface. Oh, God. 51. Yeah, dead celebrity. Sorry. Rachology says, try this, it should be good.
A step by step.
What number was the bad parenting thing? I don't even see bad parenting. I'm sure it's on here somewhere. What counts for ad hom? Ad hom is like an ad hominem attack. It's when you're in a debate or argument with someone, and instead of addressing your points, they just say, like, you're dumb or you're ugly. It's a non sequitur insult instead of an argument, basically. Bad parenting. There we go. Okay. Also number 38. What was 38? Oh, yeah. Yeah, 38 for sure. It's the, hey guys, I'm totally not here to sell you something. I'm just freeing the sheeple, but check out these gold coins, gun holsters, supplements. I'd count that. He's selling currency. Same deal. Racist disbelief in history. Oh god, where's that one? Holy shit. There's too much shit on this card now. Where was the racist disbelief? Someone give me it. If you're gonna say a thing, give me the number if you can, please. Because I can't. I have ADHD. I can't fucking individually read these. 22? Thank you. No, they did not say they're not a cult. 18 adrenochrome. I mentioned adrenochrome. They didn't. Does anyone have the number for history? Misunderstanding of history, because that's the only other one I'm going to do. We should put the numbers on the cards then. I can't do that. I don't run the site that makes the cards. I think it's on the other page. There we go. Number 45. Okay. All right, done. Let's get to the actual fucking content. Jesus Christ. I said mark off adrenochrome earlier. Okay, then adrenochrome counts. Past me wins.
Step breakdown of my song Goals. Start with a vocal sample, then add bass, next add some synth chords. FYI, I loved the warbly effect on these. Next add the drums. Add a little bit of guitar. That line is so much fun to play.
Okay, for realsies now. Where is he? Where'd he go? There we go. Okay, so we have not seen CC in a while. He's posted 3 videos, 10, 9, and 2 days ago, respectively. So let's go through and see how he's been doing. I know last time we talked about him, he was struggling. He didn't say explicitly, but he was sort of implying that he might be having issues with his job. He works in New York, and he's refusing to get the vaccine because he's an anti-vax conspiracy theorist, among other things. Flat Earth, of course, being the thing we started watching him for. So he seems to be having a bad time. I don't know if anything has changed with that, so let's find out.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's 11/13/21. Do you remember a time when you weren't masked up, you know? So what is a proper procedure for being masked up, is my question. Okay, should you wear it out on the sidewalk? Absolutely.
You can, not necessarily. Is he still bitching about masks? Chris, we're beyond that at this point. You can go get vaccinated, and you don't have to wear a mask anywhere. We are beyond that. He's in New York, though he's not in New York City. He is in the state of New York, Westchester County. And I don't know what their mask mandate policy things are there. Ice Queen says, yes, 1997. It was fine then. Chris, just get vaccinated, and then you don't have to wear a mask. I still think you should. Like, I'm vaccinated, and I still wear a mask out in public because people don't take shit seriously and are acting like it's all over, even though cases are still pretty fucking high. And, you know, I'm overweight enough that I could die if I get COVID, so I'd rather not. I would argue the same for Chris. Chris is not I'm not saying Chris is fat. He's not. I would never comment on someone's looks like that. But, you know, he's slightly, I would assume his BMI is higher than, you know, ideal. And he's an older guy. He looks to be in his 50s, maybe late 40s. If he catches COVID, that would be bad. He should get vaccinated. He should wear masks.
Absolutely. I think you should do that. Should you wear it in town?
You have to wear them at work? Okay. And that's fine. You should probably then find a comfortable mask, which do exist. I have a pretty comfortable one that's a cloth mask. It's pretty good. I'm sure you could get N95 masks that you could work out some way to make them more comfortable. It's a thing.
Town. Absolutely. Should you wear it outdoors? Absolutely. Should you wear it in the supermarket? Because you're in a closed space? Absolutely.
Yeah, I've not actually seen basically anyone wear masks. The only place I've seen people wear masks outside are, how to be vague, I live in a college town, so, like, around the campus area, which is a nightmare to drive through. I don't recommend it. But you'll see people, or at least you used to. I guess I don't pay as much attention these days. But honestly, you need to be vaccinated to enroll anyway. So people here are all vaccinated, pretty much.
91%.
91%? That's pretty good. 91%. But I know a while back there was a mask mandate on campus. If you were on campus, even if you were outside, you had to wear a mask. And there were a couple times Baja and I, like, were walking around outside and we happened to be on campus. Because Baja works there. And it's fine. It's literally fine, Chris. It's
you still have to wear masks inside.
Yeah, inside.
Yeah, like in all the buildings on campus.
Yeah. He's talking about outside. But anyway, it's just, you know, it's... What are you up to?
Huh?
What are you up to?
Cleaning.
Oh.
Why?
Just wondered. Bittergrin says, we have to wear them during class because we can't legally mandate for just unvaxxed people, so I wear my mask outside on campus just so I don't have to take it off and put it on. That's fine.
You see, 2 years ago, for some strange reason, you didn't have to wear these things. But now you do.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard about it, there's a pandemic. There's a pandemic of a virus that has gotten only more virulent and deadly as the pandemic has gone on. So that has something to do with it.
Does that make any sense at all to you?
Chris... I'm not going to read that, because I'm not going to... You can do self-deprecating. I'm not going to self-deprecate on you. That wouldn't be self-deprecating. It would just be me. I agree, though. I love masks. Because there are days when I'm like, do I want to put on makeup and cover up this 5 o'clock shadow? Because I'm currently undergoing electrolysis procedures, so I still have facial hair even though I'm working on removing it. So, you know, it's nice just being like, I don't have to put makeup on. Mask. Done. Blackwing Hecate says, raid time. Love y'all. Have a good time.
Think. You know, you have a brain up here, don't you?
I try. I've never seen it, though, so it's hard to say.
Don't you have a brain? Does anybody fucking have a brain at all anymore? Or are they just listening to the TV over and over and over again?
Reminder what shape you think the Earth is, Chris?
Is
it flat? You think it's flat? Oh, okay.
Nothing. So, you're going to go to a doctor, and he's going to give you a prescription for something. Whatever it may be. And you're going to listen to him. Of course. Him or her.
Yes. Doctors are literally trained to do that. And if my pipes break, I'm going to call a licensed and bonded plumber to come and give me advice and fix my pipes. because that's their job. And if my electricity breaks, I'll call an electrician. That's how it works. People specialize in different things, and then you call them, and they provide you a good or service, which you pay them for. That's how society works. For instance, if you need someone to shitpost for 3 hours at a time on video, you call me. But is the brain flat, CC? His is. Chaos is your friend says, I wear my mask because it's easy and because I enjoy the thought that I'm pissing off conservatives.
Whoever it may be. Nowadays, you don't know what the hell you're talking to.
Ice Queen says,
So
that's
now-
crazy talk, Hannah. You should be calling a witch doctor for all those things. She's busy. Tea with Goblin says, there's the fucking hiccup again. Ow. Excuse me. My body's doing gross noises today. Tea with Goblin says, last weekend my partner performed in an Edgar Allan Poe themed burlesque night. This... That's amazing. The state has just started opening up after a massive Delta outbreak, so most of the audience were still in masks, and being goths, they were fancy, spooky masks. There was one routine which was based on the Mask of Red Death, where their aesthetic achieved last night, and there was an aesthetic achieved last night. It was glorious. That sounds fun.
I'm gonna vacuum downstairs a little bit. It's only gonna be like a second, but if it's too loud, just like have chat, type F's in chat, and I'll turn it off.
Okay.
Everybody's getting all their information from the television.
Chris, I haven't had cable since 2012. It's been almost a decade since I've had any sort of cable television. Or I don't even watch network television. What are you talking about? Fucking boomer.
And they're not thinking. They're not using their own judgment.
Let me put it this way. Chris, do you know how many times I have paid a cable bill in my entire life? 0! I moved out of my parents' house and I never got cable because I'm not 85 years old.
Just like...
I don't even know if my TV has the capability of viewing broadcast television. I've never tried because it's broadcast television and I don't want to watch Big Bang Theory on repeat.
Flat Earth. I mean, if you just use your perspective and you see the sun's going away from you, look, see, I'm going away. I'm not walking away, I'm going away. Then you will understand
He just seamlessly segued into his flat Earth bullshit for no reason.
It's coming closer to you. Look, guys, sorry I haven't been able to put out a video in a while, but you know, it's been a couple of weeks, and I've just been absorbing everything. All right, I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos and let me be a part of your life.
So that's video number 1 for what Chris has been up to. Ooh, nighttime kitchen video. His wife must have went to bed, so now he can do crazy things. What time does that clock say? I need to know how late it was when Chris made this video. Maybe 9:25 p.m.? That's not too late, I guess. Later than I'd want to be making a YouTube video.
Alright, I think the major reset has happened.
You think the major reset has happened? Whatever that means. This video's from 9 days ago, by the way.
And we don't even realize it.
Looks like 8:20 p.m.? Okay.
Alright.
I can see that. Oh, you're right. You're right. That does look like 8:20. Around there.
I have to get into it. Rob Skiba and Flat Earth Fokker.
Is he talking about the Great Reset? Probably. I don't know if Great Reset is on the bingo card. If it is, count that. Mike Max says, CC, human perspectives are always reliable as someone who has to deal with mal de debar. Oh my gosh. Mal de debarquement syndrome. My mind is telling me I'm on a boat when I'm on land. Narnia Owl says, I don't think his wife is around lately if he can make this many recordings at home.
I have no idea what happened to him. God rest their souls.
Radiology says, TV, CC is such a boomer. I, as an enlightened millennial, get my info on the world from Twitch streamers like your good self. That's worse. You get that's worse, right? You gotta be hip like the Zoomers and get your news from TikToks in 5-second spurts.
In the meanwhile, that you're awake.
Oh yeah, CC is probably older Gen Xer. I'm guessing he's late 40s, early 50s.
And you understand exactly what we're living on right now, because you have to understand that, okay, yeah, the scenario that we grew up with is Australia is underneath us.
Australia is on a different hemisphere than us, but in space, directionality doesn't really mean anything in terms of up or down. You can say things are, you know, relative to something else, a certain direction, like the sun is here and this is over here relative to the sun. But it's relative because we are in space and you're talking about points of reference, subjective points of reference within three-dimensional space.
Okay. Or underneath me. And wherever you may be.
He's 50? Okay.
It's underneath you. And all of this gravity is holding up the water on some sort of planet.
Yes, gravity is it's treated as a force, though it's more interesting than that. Gravity is space-time, like a fabric being bent by the mass of objects. This has been demonstrated by much smarter people who understand what that means better. But yeah, basically how do I explain this in a simple way? Earth ball. Earth ball. Water stick to ball 'cause gravity. Earth ball. Ooh.
Planet. Isn't that amazing? We have no idea.
What state is he in? New York.
What gravity is. Have you ever been explained gravity?
Again, I assume he's just going to describe gravity, but he doesn't understand it, and therefore he's going to say it doesn't exist.
Gravity. You see, us flat earthers love gravity. Because there's no explanation for it. It's complete.
There is a rough explanation for it. Again, I couldn't run you through it, but I also couldn't run you through an 8-hour-long open heart surgery, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I understand what I need to understand about gravity to go about my everyday life. It may be a little more than that, just in the sense that it's interesting to know things about the world you live in and gives you a greater context for everything, you know? All information that you learn about anything, if it's accurate information, is good. But I don't really need to know specifically why gravity works in order to know that this falls down. And that's practically all I need to know for my purposes, for my job, for my life, for whatever. If you want actual answers on how gravity works, you could call someone at a university. I mean, they're busy people, but like if you really were interested, there are probably 10,000 YouTube videos about what gravity is and how it works to the best of our understanding currently. Like, Chris, you as a driver, which is your job, which there's nothing wrong with, but you are not a scientist. You not understanding a scientific concept is not an indictment of the scientific process or its findings. It just means you don't understand it. And that's not a value judgment on you as a person either. everyone, you know, not everyone's going to understand everything. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But the issue is you as a layman, and I'm being charitable calling you a layman. It's ridiculous for you to claim to know more than an expert just because you failed to understand the expertise at play, because you failed to understand the basics that the incredibly complex stuff is built upon. Like, this isn't hard to get. Other people know things different than you. People know, like, if I needed someone to drive a van that is accessible to people in wheelchairs, Chris probably knows a lot about that. That's his job. I don't know how long he's been doing that job, but a while. Chris knows how to do that job. He probably does it well. I'll give him that. I have no reason to think he doesn't, but he's not a fucking scientist. Stop it. Nernity Owl says even flat earthers have their own explanation about gravity because it's a kind of impossible to ignore. Yeah, they think it's buoyancy? Killjoy says CC has Gary Oldman Dracula hair. I appreciate that reference.
Nonsense. The reason why I love gravity, because you scientists can't explain it to us. You know, when I was a Globetard, I used to believe all of this fantasy.
Hey, that as a suffix? We're done. We're done using that as a suffix. I think we've been done for, like, at least a decade in terms of using that suffix on the end of things. So don't do that.
And all of this nonsense.
Oh, I forgot I was talking to Chris. Chris, a suffix is the end of a word. A suffix is something that is affixed to the end of a word that is indicative of some particular meaning. This is the opposite of a prefix, which comes at the beginning of a word.
One of the first videos that I was brought up to
Hydrate.
To see on Flat Earth was this disc in space. Well, you see, when you are a flat earther, you understand space does not exist at all.
One sec. It's a window. No, I can see it from here. It's all black and there's the sparkly things in it. Glad we could deal with that. H. Baird says, but is there a downward bias? Ice Queen says, Chris didn't get the memo, or if he did, he was probably like, haha, no. That's G word for homosexual. Prove the earth is not flat? Well, that didn't work. Oh, God. The previous page is sending... Is this the... Oh, it's the image of the anime Earth being like, I'm not flat. I've seen it. Everyone has sent me that image. I know. Don't jerk off to anthropomorphized versions of the planet Earth, please. We have a certain... It's kind of like a dress code, but it's more of a things you're not allowed to jerk off to and enjoy the stream. That's on the list. No jerking off to anthropomorphic representations of the planet. Why? Because I live on planet Earth. If you're jerking off to planet Earth, it's like you're jerking off to my house. And I won't stand it.
At all. It's gone. There is no space.
Furries are fine, but earthies aren't.
And so you're such an authoritative figure that are telling me that space does not exist? Yes, I am, because I'm a flat earther. Because there's not a single scientist that can tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me that I'm wrong, earther. Because there's not a single scientist that can tell me that I'm wrong.
That's a telling line. It's always interesting when conspiracy theorists say something like that. Creationists do that a lot too. Well, they'll say, there's no piece of evidence that could convince me I'm wrong. That means your belief is unfalsifiable, and that means your belief is not something that you have come to rationally. It's an emotionally held dogma for you that you are incapable of analyzing or being self-aware about in any way, shape, or form. That's not good. Unfalsifiable beliefs are, by their very definition, stupid? They're stupid. They're stupid. At least in terms of, like, talking about, like, the shape of the Earth. You can, of course, make unfalsifiable claims about subjective topics, but you know what I'm talking about. Scientific declarations. Two Man says, look, Hannah, people want to make everything sexy. I've seen porn made of the first picture of a black hole. Lee Love Stuff says, we already have an anthropomorphized Earth and his name is Tuxedo Mask. Rageology says, no jerking off to anthropomorphic planet Earth. Well, there goes a few dozen religious stories for the creation of humans.
Touche. Prove to me that we're moving.
Prove to you that we're moving? Alright, go to your local children's museum. They probably have one of those pendulum things. Is it Foucault's pendulum? I want to say it's Foucault's. I'm not positive, though. So there you go. Or Google Foucault's pendulum, or literally the 24-hour live feed from the ISS that shows the Earth spinning. Rageology says, no jerking off. Nope, I read that one, sorry.
To be that the planet is holding up all of this water on a sphere.
Yeah.
On a ball. Prove it. But
It's already been proven. We've been to space.
They can't.
Fuck. It's weird to me that I even have to say this at this point, because I'm in my head, I forget that we're in an era where it's not even just highly trained astronauts have been to space. And, like, an 80-year-old William Shatner has been to space. Like, Jeff Bezos went to space. Elon Musk has been to space. People have been to space. It exists. Isn't he 90? He might be. I don't know. The fact that Shatner got to go to space, but Nimoy died before he got the chance is a travesty. And if I get one do-over, if I die, and whatever deity exists is like, hey, you get to change one thing. What is it? I'm gonna go take Shatner instead. Not instead of, instead of Nimoy. Shatner will probably die before me. He's like 90. Brockagam says, just realized I passed the 100,000 channel points mark. Danzy is coming eventually. Ice Queen says, but did you actually see them, Hannah? No, didn't think so. Checkmate, Globers. Tea with Goblin says it's pronounced Foucault's Pendulum, which is also the title of a great book by Umberto Eco about conspiracy theories as it happens. Umberto Eco, did he not do Your Fascism? Sounds familiar. Hydrate. He did? Nice.
They can't. Thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos and let me be a part of your life.
No, Your Fascism. That's pretty good.
All right, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris.
Recording in car on the bingo card.
From New York, Westchester County. It's 11:21. 21. Are you guys having fun yet? Yeah, I'm referring to the people that are in the flat Earth community right now, because there's so much shit going on that, I mean, really, you know, it's really difficult to like absorb and understand. All right, and that was originally the reason why I made my channel, is to try to just understand everything that's going on in a real person perspective. And from what I've been seeing that's going on is distractions. And that's all they are, distractions. Not only in the flat Earth community, but, I mean, you know, the everyday shit that's been going on. I have a video that I'm going to be downloading from Forbes of politicians that have pretty much had enough of the mandates. Well, we'll see if they're real. I'm not really quite sure if they are. We have people in the...
It's so weird listening to someone... How do I put this? Like, I'm vaccinated, right? Baja's vaccinated. Everyone we know is vaccinated. If we did away with all safety precautions right now, probably be fine. Everyone I know would probably be fine. But, like, I also recognize that things exist outside of myself and other people are important, even if I don't personally know them. Therefore, it makes sense to continue to have basic precautionary measures in society while we're still dealing with a pandemic that is still ongoing and still mutating. Meanwhile, Chris, a man more than 20 years my senior, doesn't seem concerned at all, and in fact wants to undo basically any safety precaution that is helping keep him and his passengers in his job where he moves people. I assume he deals with a lot of elderly people because his job is literally driving a van that has room for people in wheelchairs to be in. He drives people in wheelchairs around. Assume he deals with some elderly people sometimes. He wants to do away with all precautions so he can remain unvaccinated, endangering himself and every passenger he deals with. It's so weird. The lack of, like, self-preservation or care for other people. None of it's in play here. It's just truly mind-boggling.
Flat Earth community that are going after people that I know personally and calling them shills. And I'm not with that. But let them do what they want. But the one thing...
Audis Noir says, I got my COVID booster shot scheduled today and enjoy the idea of how mad it makes these people. Yeah, it's a little funny.
That we can all agree on. All of us. As the earth is flat. And you're not going anywhere. They've been chemtrailing us for 40 years now.
Chemtrails on the bingo card. That's a wild card. Wasn't expecting that one. No, chemtrails aren't real.
30 years. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, I don't remember seeing this shit up in the sky at all. I couldn't even record the moon for you with a solar eclipse because there was a fucking storm coming in. And that was the reason why I actually had those posts. I did those posts to show you that they just, every time a storm comes in here in New York, they fucking chemtrail us all the time. prior to us even seeing it.
This is actually interesting in that I think we have... Oh, bingo. KR Goss. Send me your bingo card. I'll check it. This is interesting in that he might actually be accidentally noticing a condensation thing. So, for those who don't know, what conspiracy theorists call chemtrails are actually what's called contrails. Contrails are a real thing. I'm sure everyone here has seen them at one point or another. Airplanes will leave these trails sometimes. These are called contrails, and they're the result of a buildup of condensation on parts of the airplane. One sec, KR Goss. Let me see if you won. QAnon claimed as the source. Why is it always Michigan? Free space, PSYOP, chemtrails. You win! KR Goss! Congrats on your bingo win. I will write your name down. Give me 1 second and I will do so. I can't gift you a sub now because you already have one. But your name will be down and you can either have me gift it to someone else, or when the time comes, let me know and I will get you a sub. Nernity Owl says it's the things you can get rid of with a spray, right? I've seen that video. Where is my list? My master list. File. Recent files. Bingo winners. Okay, let's see what we got. KR Goss. Alright. These are people who still have... Oh, gift it? You want me to gift it? Will do. Gift a sub. Gift 1 sub. Complete purchase. We did it. Here are people who have a gift sub that they have never claimed. Just so you know. If you're on this list, you have a gift sub that you can either have me give to someone or get yourself at some point. Will Kale, Ran the Fool, Photos with AG, Tellurian Katrin, Bitter Grin, Cat the Satanist, Random Invite, Procagom, Pointless, and Afterak. All of you have bingo wins that you have not claimed. Just so you know. I know some of you aren't necessarily in the chat, or haven't been for a while. I just, every once in a while, in case someone's around, I want to remind them. You do have a gift sub, Will Kale. Bittergrin says, just give mine to someone random. I'll never remember to claim it. Okay, Bittergrin. Hold on, let me pull up the list again. I shouldn't have exited it. Bittergrin. Getting rid of yours. Procagom. Will claim gift sub. One second, I gotta do all these subs. So that one, and then 2 random ones. Procagom says, gift mine to Color by Emmy. Where is Color by Emmy? Okay. Gift sub. Sorry, I know this is boring. I'm just trying to get all this out of the way. And then I believe there's one more I just have to gift randomly. One more. Did it go? It's going. There we go. All right. Those should be all the gift subs for now. Anyway, back to what I was saying. It's interesting to me that he's bringing up contrails, what he considers to be chemtrails. Although it is, you know, contrails. He's like, whenever it storms, we get more chemtrails, air quotes. Like I said, contrails are the result of condensation building up on parts of the airplane. and resulting in like water vapor trailing off the aircraft. When it's gonna storm, the temperature can drop. And when the temperature drops, you're probably going to have a bigger difference between the temperature of the body of the airplane, which is made of metal and therefore a really good conductor, so it loses heat incredibly quickly, and the surrounding air, potentially resulting in more contrails. So we might actually be seeing more contrails when it's about to storm. They just aren't chemtrails, because those don't exist. Anyway. Like when you exhale on a cold day.
There's so much shit that I know with...
Same physics at play.
The nursing homes and everything that's going on that I just can't fucking talk about it. I can't even mention it, and it's the truth. And it fucking annoys me all the time with this goddamn YouTube shit that's going on.
Go on Rumble or BitChute.
We've been suppressed with everything that's been going on. We can't say our own mind. You know, originally YouTube, you fuckers, Google, fuck you. It was originally a social network. A place to get together. A place to talk. A place to...
That was maybe true for the first, like, year. Even by the time Jake and I got involved in YouTube, which was a decade ago now, that was not the way things were trending.
Say your mind. You know, but originally when I made my channel, I never thought anybody would do anything if I just spoke my mind. I didn't have any graphics in the background or anything like that. You know, nothing. You know. Just me speaking, but apparently me speaking and everybody speaking is the most dangerous thing in the world.
If you spread medical misinformation, yeah, it's a big deal. You can get people killed, and a lot of, you know, conspiracy theorists have, unfortunately.
World for them. That's
Google Herman Cain Awards for examples of that.
That's right. And for this president to mandate, to go and turn this country into a communist state.
Chris, define communism? What do you think communism is, and why do you think it has anything to do with vaccines?
You know, to turn into something that we never wanted originally. That we fought against, and he's turning against us. When originally the Constitution, your rights were in that bill, and now they're being completely revoked for no reason at all. Because somebody wants to make $1 billion, and that's what they're doing. They're governing us by people who want to make profit. So follow
Chris,
the money.
This is what frustrates me, is people who never seem to give a shit about money and politics, or the fact that the U.S. is basically an oligarchy and has been for a while. They only seem to notice financial conflicts of interest and things that are not good for the public, but perhaps good for very rich people. The funny thing is, I don't think this is one of those cases. This is actually a case where the public needs vaccines because they're good, and also, unfortunately, people enrich themselves off the back of that. But this is what you get mad at? But literally none of the other times in American history where profit has come before the good of people? The real times that has happened? Just seems hypocritical. Just seems weird. I've never seen CC advocate for, like, universal health care, for instance. He just talks about flat earth. He doesn't really seem to give a shit about people's rights or their quality of life or anything about that. He cares about feeling like he's the smartest guy in the room, and I hate people like that. I really, really do.
Trail is what I say to people. Follow the money trail. And then you'll find...
Carnegie Owl says healthcare is communism, I guess. Oh, wait, of course. We're talking about the U.S. here.
Find out what your politicians are up to. Those little scumbags. You know those little scumbags that are sitting outside in front of CVS, when it comes down to voting time, and they're saying, oh, yeah, we'll do this. Yeah, just follow the scumbags, okay? And maybe there are a few politicians out there that are real, that really want to help America fight against this communist president that has just taken over. I don't even know
what do you think communism is?
The fuck he's doing anymore. He doesn't know what he's doing anymore. You're putting people...
This is effectively the adult version of, like, a kid being told they should eat their vegetables, and then the kid going, this is communism! I don't want to eat my broccoli! What is this, communist Russia? Riverboat Jack, thanks for raiding! Hi everyone, I'm Hannah. I am a trans leftist streamer. It is Tinfoil Tuesday, which is a day in which I cover all sorts of conspiracy theories and talk about why they're not true. Right now we're looking at an anti-vaxxer / flat earther named CC, Chris. And he's very annoying. He is the epitome of old man yells at clouds, and I mean that literally. He has literally made videos where he yells at clouds because he thinks they're chemtrails. If you like what you see, give me a follow. I'd appreciate it. And everyone, make sure you go and check out Riverboat Jack. Here on Twitch, there is a link in the chat. Thank you very much. I hope your stream went well. Audis Noir says communism isn't just the government doing stuff, it's the government doing stuff they don't like. Of course. It's always what communism is. It's when the government does a thing that makes me mad. That's why the military-industrial complex is communism to me.
Out of work by mandating something.
Oh, I missed one. Overthought says, in honor of our new communist USA. God damn it. Ah. Where's CC go? God damn it.
That is absolute nonsense. Putting them out of work after everybody has been in lockdown for the last year and a half, 20 months, whatever it may fucking be.
Chris, I stopped being locked down when I got vaccinated. Like in April. Just get vaccinated.
And then you're going to mandate something for businesses.
Yeah?
So fuck you, Biden. I'm sorry.
There are a lot of reasons to say... You know what? I appreciate that Chris is actually saying fuck you, Biden, instead of being a weirdo and doing the Let's Go Brandon thing. I find that to be a really cringy meme specifically because when I want to say fuck Joe Biden, I just say fuck Joe Biden. I don't feel the need to obfuscate the fact that I am saying something bad about a politician that I don't agree with.
Your administration should be just completely canceled at this point. It's not for...
So much for being anti-cancel culture, am I right?
For America. It really isn't. So wake the fuck up. Why don't you open your book for the United States Constitution and read it and understand it?
Okay, to promote the general welfare, I'm gonna read that part and then go...
That you can't...
Wait, is that Declaration of Independence? I'm getting my old-timey sheepskin written documents mixed up.
Mandate? You have no right to mandate anything. At all. That's it, I'm done.
So that's Chris. He's getting more and more unhinged. He's not happy. I assume he's gonna lose his job soon. Not fun. Book. Oh yeah, Chris is a big boomer. He still thinks people get their news like from CNN and shit. It's very strange. Hey guys, have you heard of this crazy store called Whole Foods? Pappy Hal with 30-bit says, wake the fuck up, samurai, we got a flat earth to burn. No references to Cyberpunk. Only good games here. Anyway, Whole Foods. Did you know Whole Foods is a market for witches? Me neither. Let's learn about it. This is sinister. This is some sinister shit. Look at all these supplements. Oh no, not elderberry nighttime syrup. It's not call, no. Yeah, this is like the medicine section. Hydrate. Whole Foods Market, the Witch's Market. And it looks like the nice witch lady who needs... I was gonna say she needs a manicure, but no, those nails actually look well done. She just needs to wash her hand and arm, surgery style. But other than that, like, no, those nails are good. Yeah. She's got some sort of thing with a cork. Cool.
Blessings in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Hallelujah. Jesus Christ is Lord.
Amen.
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 We ain't
Amen.
playing
Amen.
with nobody.
Come on.
Hey, real quick, we just want to tell y'all why we named this video Whole Foods, the Witch's Market. If you live in a major city or even in towns, if you want to know who the witches and the warlocks and those into the new age are, where they be at, they shop at the Whole Foods or places like this, whether it's like a Living Earth and...
Oh, good. I thought my neighbors were just really into hiking and granola and raw milk. I guess they're witches. What are you gonna do? Ice Queen says, your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. That French dude from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That is a quote from that movie. I don't know why it's coming up here.
We wanted to let you know that. It doesn't mean everybody that comes to Whole Foods is a witch.
No.
But if you are a follower of Jesus Christ, you should have the gift of what?
Discernment.
You're literally in a Whole Foods right now, aren't you?
That's right. The gift of discernment. Look them in the eyes. And it ain't even just those that come to shop. The workers.
No, this has nothing to do
a
with
lot of the
sovereigns
workers
or
be into
mortals.
witchcraft or the New Age movement. And the
Also,
reason,
Egyptology.
yeah, no, say it again.
Also, Egyptology.
That's right.
That's right.
What did you mention to me earlier?
Egyptology is evil? Egyptology is the academic study of the history of Egypt. What? I feel like there's a Linkara clip for this.
Issue 3 begins with Decker walking Ilea around, who says that carbon units have slowed the Enterprise's evolution and reveals that V'ger's plan is to convert all of the life forms aboard the ship into data storage, no doubt so they can be turned into data cards to fight the Power Rangers next season. Meanwhile, Spock takes the thruster suit out and starts transmitting to the Enterprise what he plans. Kirk decides to go after him on his own. Unfortunately, as soon as he goes out, he's attacked by a swarm of pyramids. Pyramids? Damn it all! V'ger is clearly responsible for the evil that is ancient Egypt!
Bumble Homestead, thanks for 100 bits.
About watch what they got on.
Jamie Lynn, go for it. You can post that. That's fine.
Yeah, the jewelry. A lot of jewelries too. That's the other thing.
You gotta pay attention to
You gotta really pray and ask the Lord.
Yeah, a lot of people like jewelry that has like cool symbols on it, and a lot of like, I don't know, things that are associated with like witchcraft or stuff like pentagrams. Those are cool designs, and people like them on jewelry. Like even I'm, you know, I don't believe in the supernatural. I don't believe in like actual witchy stuff. But like I like jewelry with like moons and hearts and stars and stuff on it. I don't know. It's cute. It's just an aesthetic, right? So I'm sure there are people who are actually consider themselves Wiccan or witches or whatever. That's fine. People's religious beliefs are none of my business if they're not hurting anyone. But most people who wear them are not. They're just people who like the aesthetic. It's not Satan. It's not satanic. Tea with Goblin says, how do you know she's a witch? She turned me into a granola bar. I got better. Oh, God. Is chat gonna hate me if I say I'm not a big Monty Python fan?
To show
you if this is acceptable with him or it's not. You know, that's another topic. You know,
we're talking about what they
discuss,
wear, though.
But
I think
most of the people that are into the powers of
here's my thing with Monty Python. Before we get back into the conspiracies, I just want to say I have no problem with Monty Python. Monty Python can be very funny. I've seen plenty of funny Monty Python stuff. I like Meaning of Life. There's good stuff. It just seems to me, and I'm doing this very carefully. Okay, fans of Monty Python, what's the experience of watching? Let's say you say to someone, "Oh, I've never seen Monty Python," right? And they're like, "You haven't seen Monty Python? We have to watch Holy Grail right now." And then they sit you down. And it's the kind of thing where, like, they've clearly seen the movie 50 times and you've never seen it, so they're not watching the movie anymore. They're watching you watch the movie, and it's, like, unnerving, and it just makes you... There's all this, like, pressure on you to, like, enjoy the movie and think it's the funniest shit ever, and if you don't find it as funny as they found it when they saw it for the first time when they were 9 years old, then, like, you're disappointing them. Like, Monty Python's okay, there's funny stuff, but I don't find them hilarious. I don't know. Ice Queen says, some of us just find absurdity funny, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with Monty Python. Meek says, at least you hate Monty Python at least you hate MP fans than anime fans. You're all equal to me. All equally bad. I'm joking.
of darkness that we've come across. I've seen necklaces that just look so dark. You could tell.
Give some examples. Remember the
crystal. There's the
crystals
crystal,
or the Ankh,
that's
the
it.
Egyptian
yeah,
Ankh.
or the Horus. There's
the
Horus,
eye,
the eye.
But mainly those crystals.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And also,
Pappy Hal says, I prefer faulty towers. Haven't seen.
Like glass vases with like a root in it, or just weird looking. Yeah, weird. Look, pay attention.
It's literally just for the aesthetic. Witches are not real.
To the rings.
Bumble Homestead with 100 bits, and I'm talking about Wiccans. I'm talking about witches in the way he's talking about.
Tattoos,
yes.
but most importantly, the eyes.
Very
You'll know a
important.
lot about a witch by the eyes.
Yes, yes.
So all we want to do is tell y'all that as followers of Christ, we should be allowed to get natural remedies, essential oils,
Amen.
elderberry, all of these things that are good for the body and good for your children.
Right. Amen.
But the problem is the witches and the New Agers, they have they're like that's it.
You're literally doing the same thing as the witches and the New Agers by falling for homeopathic bullshit. But you're mad because other people are doing it in a way you don't like because they're using aesthetics that you associate with magic. But you also want the bullshit essential oils. Essential oils are fine if you want them, to smell nice or whatever. You can put them in like a... What do they call them? A vaporizer? No. That's usually with something people... Whatever thing you use that humidify... turns it into water vapor and then you make it smell good. It's good. They don't do anything else, though. Don't buy essential oils for any sort of medical benefit. Bumble Homestead, thanks for 100 bits. Honest Noir says, it could be hype fatigue. I get it with stuff like Star Wars and Pokemon. It happens when you see something everywhere, and so often that it just wears you out mentally. H-Baird says, if they're this mad about Whole Foods, wait until they see Hot Topic. Sky Comet Fallen says, witches, seriously, what the fuck is this, 1692? Mike Mack says, Lady, Christianity were forced onto our ancestors, and here you are defending it and attacking other faiths and some that came from Africa. Tea with Goblin says, how milquetoast and boring do you have to be to see some spooky person wearing some cool jewelry and clutch their pearls about things being dark-sided and satanic? Boring beige people. Diffuser, thank you.
They're like gatekeepers. They're the gatekeepers of the homeopathic now.
Man.
where we know that when you start to become conscious of the, what's that word, the pharmaceutical industry, that
Yes.
word pharmacy, it means sorcery in the Greek.
They're so obsessed with etymology of words. I hate it. Rachology says Monty Python is good, but there's other stuff. Hell, Monty Python ripped off a lot of stuff from the Goon Show, which was in the 50s. While I'm here, no one in the UK under 50 has seen the Benny Hill Show because it's not shown here as it's rubbish. Pretty kickin' theme song, though. Okay, what else we got? Okay, we're gonna do a quick poll, and y'all are gonna decide what our final video of the day is gonna be, okay? Okay. The two options are a call for an uprising talking about virtual reality and being afraid of it. And the second option, Hans Wormhat did a video on trans people, like myself. So, vote in the poll and decide what our final video of the week is, or of the day. Obviously, I'll be doing stuff for the rest of the week, but, you know, Tinfoil Tuesday. Sky Comet Fallen says, I work as a pharmacy tech. Wait, I'm a wizard? Where's my Hogwarts invitation, damn it? Bardlock Moses, thanks for 15 months. No Peter? I keep not wanting to do Peter just because it's the same shit every time. Call is winning. While this finishes up, it looks like Call's probably going to win unless, you know, something changes in the next couple seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, call one. Bardlock Moses with 1,000 bits says bits for hype. Oh, are we on a hype train? Wow. Appreciate it. Level 1 complete. Alright, let's do Call's video. If you're someone who was here from the raid and you've never heard of Call before, Call for an Uprising is a conspiracy theorist that I cover regularly. He really doesn't like me. He hates trans people and gay people, and has said specifically he wants to hold us down with our feet so scorpions can sting us. So that's fun and not at all psychotic. Anyway, he's scared of a lot of things. One of the things he's scared of is virtual reality. So let's see this video of him, being scared, which is just his typical MO. Jilly Foo says, I gotta see what Call thinks of VR, being a denizen of VR myself. I can't wait to see how wrong he is. Oh, that's what I'm excited for, too, because, guys, I'm an owner of a VR headset. I do the VR. So I'm interested to see what his position on this thing is, considering he's probably never used one. Ice Queen says, more hype, bits, and Call's an idiot. Thanks.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it.
Felix
Wake
St.
up,
Owl says
because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Much like Dante's Inferno and the levels and layers in hell and all of...
Do you think Call for an Uprising has read Dante's Inferno? Because I have. I also own it. I only read the first one. I didn't read Paradiso or Purgatorio. Just because I didn't feel the need to. But I've read Dante's Inferno. Just wondering if Call has.
those types of things that we've heard about and read about, well, I guess we're probably going to have different levels and different dimensions of hell here, too.
I wouldn't recommend it, for the record.
Because...
Not that it's, like, objectively bad or anything. It's just, you know. I don't need to hear a poet bitch about Florentinian politics contemporary to his time. I just don't care.
Just like the metaverse.
Audis Noir says, Paradiso was boring. It was basically Dante flexing his Catholic nerd chops. Lily Love Stuff says, in Paradiso, it's revealed that God is a bunch of rainbows and books. So a reading rainbow, if you would. That makes sense.
We now have the Omniverse, and this shouldn't surprise anyone. It's just...
I've not heard of the Omniverse. I've heard of the stupid Facebook metaverse thing. I can't say I've heard of the Omniverse. So, the Facebook metaverse thing, you may or may not have heard of this marketing buzzword bullshit. Well, let me talk about it for a minute, if I might. So, Facebook owns Oculus. Oculus is a company that began as a Kickstarter campaign, I think like a decade ago at this point, maybe further, that was a Kickstarter to start a, basically to make VR headsets. Because VR, as in its infancy as it is now, it was even more in its infancy then. It's like a fetus, basically. Mike Max says it's Dante's Inferno canon. A lot of Christians seem to think so, honestly. Ice Queen says you're never going to care about my poetry then. Probably not. I don't think when's the last time I cared about any kind of poetry? I'm not big on poetry. Write any limericks? Maybe a dirty limerick. Anyway, so eventually Oculus got out the Oculus Rift. And then they were purchased by a little company known as Facebook. So this is a Oculus Quest 2. This is a recent headset of theirs. This is mine. That's a weird thing to say. That sounds sus. Makes it sound like I went over to my neighbors and stole it. No, I bought this a while ago because I like VR and I think it's cool. So the metaverse is this idea that Facebook, or I guess they're called Meta now, is trying to sell to their investors, where they're going to have this online economy in this fake world that they're going to create. If you've read Ready Player One, first of all, sorry. Second of all, the Oasis. They're talking about trying to create the Oasis from Ready Player One, basically. Hopefully with better writing. But I just make the same jokes everyone makes. Ready Player One bad, am I right? Ashio1717, thanks for subscribing at Tier 1. Chairman Blue, thanks for 100 bits. Seriously, though, Ready Player One's pretty bad. So anyway, Facebook is trying to create that. They're nowhere close to it, and it's all marketing bullshit. I know this because I own an Oculus. I have a lot of fun with it, don't get me wrong. The games are fun. I enjoy them. Many of the games that are more like tech demos are fun. They're starting to get more actual games on here, which is fun. I've been playing a Walking Dead game that's pretty good. I think it's called Saints and Sinners. They're good games. It is not anywhere in the near future, though maybe someday, going to be like what Facebook is selling it as. It very much feels like they're trying to create their own walled garden to sell products and get other people to create products that they can then skim 10% or 30% or whatever on the sale price of, because it's their walled garden, similar to the App Store for Apple or Android or whatever. So anyway, the metaverse is dumb, is what I'm trying to say, basically. Bittergrin says, The Oasis was a ripoff of the metaverse from Snow Crash, which is a decent book. Haven't read it. Jilly Foo says Resident Evil 4 is pretty dang good. I have read Ready Player One, though. Which was not a good use of my time.
It's an alternative universe so that people can choose between the Meta or the Omni, and there's going to be many more of these that pop up, just like social media between Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and so on and so forth. I've said it before, I'll say it again. One of the greatest scams,
I'm sorry, you're right. Android does allow you to sideload apps. I more meant that when you are in the App Store, it allows sellers to sell apps, but Google gets a cut because they're selling them on the Play Store. Apple has a walled garden because you can't sideload apps without jailbreaking your phone.
Shouldn't say the greatest, because this whole world is one giant scam. But one of the greatest scams that they ever created was the illusion of freedom and the illusion of choice. I've said it a million times. That's why you could choose from Stouffer's mac and cheese or Kraft, Cheerios or the generic type. Why? Because it gives people the illusion that they have free will and free choice when it's one and the same, right? It's the.
I guess I don't understand what your serial determinism metaphor is all about. Like, I don't necessarily think markets, like laissez-faire market capitalism, is the most efficient way to organize society. I certainly don't believe that by any means, but like that's what you're talking about. It's the result of capitalism and the markets within that create buy Cheerios or buy off-brand Cheerios, buy Fruity Pebbles or Cocoa Dino Bites. Like, that's basically how it works. Tubeman says, but have you read Ready Player 2? It was way worse. I've not, and I don't intend to. I got through one of those things. I don't need to read another.
Same thing in a different box, same chemicals, different price. Oh, I can get the cheaper version than the name brand Cheerio. Okay. It's an illusion. It makes people feel that they're free. It makes people feel that they still are living in a republic when they're not. Now, some of you might say,
Mike Mack says it's called capitalism, the thing you were defending the other times. Purple Nickel says, this reminds me of a podcast I listened to, Hello from Hallowoods. This big corporation has bought out everything and keeps everyone under control with these dreaming visors to just sell them things and make money. Yep. It's a common trope in dystopian sci-fi. Ice Queen says, neither Stouffer's or Kraft. I don't know what this link is to, but it's blocking.
And might be confused by the whole metaverse thing, because it's not easy to get a grip on.
No, Call. I'll explain why it's not easy to get a grip on. It's because it's stupid. There isn't really a good reason. It's a way for Facebook to try and court investors. It's not really based in any... How do I put this? It feels like an idea conceived of because they thought it would be a cool idea to own that and to get their own walled garden, not because there's an actual demand for it. Especially if you watch, like, the hour-long presentation Zuckerberg gave about it. Feels like they don't even quite know exactly what it is, other than productivity and meetings, virtual meetings. By the way, on the App Store on here, if I open it up real quick, you can see some of the apps that get used. You guys can't see this. Why isn't it detecting my hands? Hold on. I didn't bring the controllers. Oh, shoot. I turned off the auto detect for my hand control last time I was playing a game that was fucking up when using it. Either way, I don't need to see it to explain it. On the App Store, on the Oculus, you can see the apps that they were showing in the metaverse demo thing that Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook were doing. those are some of the lowest rated apps on the App Store, and other companies make better versions of those apps. It's not happening for Facebook. They suck at this. They suck at this, seriously. Because, like, Facebook has an app, I think it's called Horizons Events, Horizons Meetings. Those are all really low-rated apps. People don't use them generally. Yeah, people use VR chat or other things, which are on their app store.
But the guy who's created the Omniverse, which is going to run counter to the metaverse, is
that's really stupid.
Explaining this, and I want you to see for yourself so you have a better understanding about this 3D virtual.
Felix Night Owl says, does this mean Call is going to start advocating for Elizabeth Warren's push for strengthening antitrust laws so we have less monopoly and monopsonies, right, Call? To fetter the plight of unfettered capitalism? No, he thinks all politicians are fake. Jilly Foo says Facebook just wants to try to be VR chat with the less anime girls already. It's such a stupid idea. Guys, as someone who's used VR, I fully believe VR headsets and AR headsets are probably a thing that will get more and more use as the years go on. Will they be as popular as like a cell phone or a TV in your house? I don't know. I couldn't say. A lot of people get motion sickness. I'm very lucky in that I never suffer from motion sickness from VR, ever. I never have, and I've done some pretty extreme games and stuff on there. But it's a really fun thing. But the form it's going to take is not going to be some all-encompassing Oasis-like fantasy, sci-fi, Second Life. No. This is basically a really, really advanced head-mounted display with tracking technology they can use to run different games, apps, and programs. It does not need to be, nor would the market dictate, I would think, unless you're really forcing it down their throats, an all-encompassing ecosystem for all of them. It would be like saying my TV can only get channels provided by Netflix. I can only get Netflix on my TV. I own a Netflix TV, and everything on that TV has to be Netflix content. It's stupid. It's not how it works. I own this headset. It's not even how it works now. I own this headset. I play individual games with it. Not only do I use the Oculus Store, I use the Steam Store, which you can also get on this if you plug it into your computer. That's how I played Half-Life Alyx the other day. It's just dumb. And it's even dumber to me that I have to go on and talk about this shit because of Call, who clearly doesn't even understand this, has never touched a VR headset in his life, and has no idea what he's talking about. It's just stupid. It makes him sound like an idiot. Jilly Foo says Facebook just wants to try VR chat with less anime cat girls, already objectively worse. Tube Man says, I feel like the general public's idea of VR is still stuck in the 80s sci-fi idea of you being sucked into a computer with haptic feedback and not just like a screen on your face. Yeah. They're thinking Lawnmower Man. Ice Queen says, hell, I own an Amazon TV and I'll be watching Disney Plus on it in about 6 hours. Yeah. It's just stupid. It's just really stupid what Facebook wants to do. And I just don't foresee it happening. I really, really don't. Not from them, at least. Maybe if Apple did it. Apple's got enough, like people who are devotees to Apple that if they did something like that, I could maybe see enough people getting on board. Because you really need a kind of momentum for this to work, you know? If you want people to join this virtual space you have or whatever, you need a lot of people to do it so people will feel FOMO. I don't think that's happening with this. I just don't. Anonymous Cheer, thanks for 100 bits.
World that these people are creating that is going to be the next phase of the internet, but in reality it's going to be the next phase of humanity because humans are going to be connected to the internet. But he talks about just how this whole thing is going to work, and you need to get an understanding of this and understand it soon because it's coming quick. Take a listen.
6 ML models will predict the climate. Let's talk about Omniverse. The internet changed everything. It's surely an understatement. We are always connected now. The internet is essentially a digital overlay on the world. The overlay is largely 2D information: text, voice, images, video. But that's about to change. We now have the technology to create new 3D virtual worlds or model our physical world. These virtual worlds will obey the laws of physics, or not. There can be AI or friends with you. We will jump from one world to another, like we do on the web with hypertext. This new world will be much larger than the physical world. We will buy and own 3D things.
Again, that in and of itself is a really stupid thing to say. That's how you know this is marketing. The landmass in this Omniverse you think is going to be bigger than that of the real world. How? Like, I could make a Minecraft world that'll, like, procedurally generate basically forever until it glitches. But why would I do that, and why would I want that in a virtual reality thing? What? That's not how it works. Ice Queen says, remember in Back to the Future 2 where they could predict the weather down to the second? That was set 6 years ago. Yeah, it was.
Like we buy 2D songs and books today.
I just fucking hate Silicon Valley bullshit so much. It's so much of this fluff bullshit that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't need to be the way it is. Like this idea of like buying virtual objects, like it's like in this particular instance, buy 3D objects. Buy this model of a forklift. Why? It's virtual. You could literally give everyone in that VR whatever every file in the game that's an object. It costs you nothing to give someone the ability to have that forklift. I am not about fucking, like artificial scarcity. That shit's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
We will buy, own, sell homes, furniture, cars, luxury goods.
Like, no, the reason you buy a home in the real world is because it is a real thing with physical boundaries that you have, that you live in. That's a real thing. It's, to borrow something from Crypto Bros, this house is non-fungible. I am the only one who can live here. Of course, Baja, but you know what I mean. Like, it's a thing that there is a theoretical scarcity of. I say theoretical because there's actually more empty houses in the US than there are homeless people. But that's not the point I'm trying to make right now. The point I'm trying to make is there is some sort of logic behind an inherent value in a physical thing, like a house. A digital model of a house that can be repeated in infinite instances, the only boundary of which is basically your server space, makes no sense. Once you create a model of a house, you can give that house to everyone in the game for free. It makes no sense.
Goods
I just hate it.
And art in this world. Creators will make more things in virtual worlds than they do in the physical world. We built Omniverse for builders of these virtual worlds. Some worlds will be built for gathering and games, but a great many will be built by scientists, creators, and companies. Virtual worlds will crop up like websites today. Omniverse is very different than a game engine. Omniverse is designed to be data center scale, and hopefully someday, planetary scale.
It's a game engine.
The portal...
If it even exists. I don't know what the fuck his people are working on other than this, you know, investor thing. And make no mistake, presentations like this and presentations like the one Mark Zuckerberg gave the other day about the Omniverse, they are not for you and me. They are disguised to look like they're for you and me. They're not. These are ads for investors to come in and give money to these people in the hopes that they will get in on the next big thing. Can you imagine if you had invested in, like, Amazon or early internet stuff? Back when it was cheap, you'd be a billionaire. So come invest in our Omniverse, our metaverse, our whatever. It's gonna be the next internet.
Of Omniverse.
I wouldn't say it's a scam, because I fully believe that, like, Omniverse guy and Zuckerberg probably really believe they're going to build these platforms. But it's dishonest. It's certainly dishonest in the way they're framing these systems and the actual capabilities of these services and hardware, frankly. Like, how do I explain this? VR is still a thing with a lot of technical kinks to work out. If you've seen either of my VR streams I've done so far, you know I've dealt with some technical issues. And I'm not completely tech illiterate. I'm not someone who's the most up and up on tech stuff, but like, it can be a little bit of a pain in the ass to deal with these and hooking them up to different stuff and figuring out how they work effectively, and if something goes wrong, what's going on with it. Do you think your 40-year-old uncle, your 50-year-old, grandmother is gonna know how to use one of these? I kind of doubt it. My grandparents don't know how to use the remotes on their TV. They have 2 remotes. They don't look anything like each other. They're different colors. Ice Queen says, once again, I recommend you check out Silicon Valley. I forget, do you like Mike Judge? If so, you'd like it. I like Mike Judge.
This is USD, Universal Scene Description. Essentially a digital wormhole that connects people and computers to Omniverse, and for one Omniverse world to connect to another.
Oh, by the way, all this shit, the Facebook metaverse, this Omniverse shit, it all relies upon the idea that all Americans have amazing internet connection, which is objectively untrue. I don't think Mark Zuckerberg understands the situation in terms of internet speeds and availability in a lot of parts of the country, and how bad our infrastructure is in regard to that kind of thing.
USD is to Omniverse what HTML is to websites. Omniverse is futuristic. Omniverse can connect design worlds. Things created in the Adobe world can be connected to those in the Autodesk world through Omniverse, enabling designers to collaborate in a shared space. Changes by a designer in one world are updated for all connected designers. Essentially like a cloud shared document for 3D.
Wait, so if I use someone else's teapot in my model and they change the teapot model to put like a dick butt on it, it's just going to change it in my environment and I don't get to say, no, I want the old version. That person, that's a terrible idea. That's a terrible idea. How did someone not think about this for 5 seconds? Someone's going to make a generic, or they're going to pick up from the market a generic model of anything, a coffee mug, whatever, and they're gonna put dicks and racial slurs on them when you're not looking, so people will pop into your virtual house and your house is covered in swastikas, and you're gonna be like, oh shit, it happened again. Do these people not use the internet? Do they not know how it works? People are dog shit. They're gonna swastika up your house.
3D design. Omniverse will revolutionize how the 40 million 3D designers in the world collaborate. Companies can build virtual factories and operate them with virtual robots in Omniverse. The virtual factories and robots are the digital twins of their physical replica. The physical version is the replica of the digital, since they're produced from the digital original. Omniverse digital twins are where we will design, train, and
Bardlack Moses says that sounds like Facebook. Yeah. Felix Night Owl says, imagine if all the billionaire big brain dudes spent their time, energy, and brilliance rather than in some imaginary world instead of the real world by finding a renewable energy technology and sustainability. I take umbrage with implying that billionaires' time, energy, or brilliance are worth anything. When Elon Musk is the richest man alive. You don't have to be particularly smart to be the richest people on the planet. You just have to have rich families and invest in the right thing, sometimes by happenstance. Jilly Foo says, driving a virtual robot that drives a robot in real life, I'm sure that won't cause an accident. Yeah, people are going to grief that. You want people to go work at jobs at Amazon virtually? They're gonna drive it into every shelf in the place. I don't know what it looks like in Amazon warehouses where they keep all the stuff. I assume it's on big, like, pallets on shelves and stuff. I don't know. You're gonna knock that shit over.
Continuously monitor robotics factories and buildings, warehouses, and cars of the future.
Can I just point this out too?
Warehouses and cars.
I hate, and I blame Tesla for this, Tesla has this design philosophy of absolute minimalism at the cost of functionality. So when you look at like a Tesla car interior, it looks like this. And like, I get it. On a purely aesthetic level, you see that and you go, oh, cool, minimalistic, kind of futuristic. Practically speaking, this works terribly because tactile button controls are actually really good when you're doing something else, like driving. So if you need to switch the radio or turn the heat on or off or whatever, it helps to, you know, be able to feel what it is so you're not looking at it. The tablet designs of Teslas and other cars are picking up on this too because Tesla is now the highest value automaker on the planet, which is disgusting. Lots of things I'm mad about today. Either way, point I'm trying to make is stop with this shit. Please put buttons back in cars. I don't want to crash and die. TubeMan says, one day people will realize that sci-fi stories like Snow Crash and Summer Wars were made as cautionary tales about VR and not life goals. Yeah, there was a Reddit post the other day that was like, oh god, what is it? It was something about like an imaginary sci-fi story called like, don't make the pain, what is it? It was like, don't make the agonizer or something like that. And it was like, you know, book about the agonizer and some sci-fi device that does terrible things. And it says, when a Silicon Valley CEO reads the book, and it's their response, and they're like, oh yeah, I could totally sell pain agonizers or whatever. I butchered that. I've been streaming too long, sorry. Sky Comet Fallen says, the human race was a mistake. Throw it away, burn it in a fire. Bittergrin says, oh yeah, the original metaverse was a capitalist hellscape. That was one of the points of the book.
Cars of the future.
The Torment Nexus, that's what it was. The book was called Don't Make the Torment Nexus or something like that. And it was like Silicon Valley bro reading this. Oh man, the Torment Nexus is rad. I should totally make that in real life.
There are 15 million 5G microcells and towers planned for global deployment in the next 5 years. Ericsson is using NVIDIA Omniverse to build digital twin environments to help determine how to place and configure each of their sites for the best coverage and network performance. In Omniverse, Ericsson builds city-scale models that are physically accurate down to the materials of the buildings, vegetation, and foliage. Then,
Google Earth also does this automatically.
Wireless network components are added, including the precise location, height, and antenna pattern of each transmitter. Ericsson built a custom Omniverse extension, enabling them to integrate radio propagation data and leverage Omniverse's RTX accelerated ray tracing to quickly visualize and calculate the quality of the signal at every point in the city. Because
I get it, you're simulating areas to determine where you need to place 5G towers in order to make sure people get the most optimal signal at the most times. I get it.
Omniverse materials are physically accurate, the intensity of reflections are precisely determined. Antenna beamforming and signal paths can be accurately simulated and visualized. In the simulations, the lobes signify transmitter antenna beamforming, and the straight lines are signal paths.
No, it was because of a social network called Genesis or something. That's the last Terminator movie I saw.
The colors of the signal paths denote strength in decibels and data throughput, from blue is the weakest to red is the strongest. Visualization is a critical capability for Ericsson. With Omniverse VR, network engineers can virtually explore any part of the model, teleporting to any location, anywhere in the world, at 1-to-1 scale. As they tune the network for optimal performance or identify path disruptions, they can literally see the effects of their adjustments in real time, things which aren't visible in real life. In Omniverse, Ericsson can perform true-to-reality remote simulation of entire 5G networks, enabling them to design more efficient and reliable networks, conduct remote field trials, and speed up deployments.
So that's the nightmare that's going to be presented to us here on Earth. The Omniverse, the Metaverse, the Toiletverse, maybe it'll be a MySpace-verse. All of it will be here.
Boomer.
And people will have the choice of what reality they want to live in, because they're not going to be living in this reality anymore. But at the same time, most of the people who are walking around here amongst us aren't living in this reality. I mean, you see these people in the argument. I mean, all you have to do is look at the whole situation with the Rittenhouse kid and how people in the news media react, and there's the racial division when nobody involved was even of any skin color.
That's a deflection I always find interesting about the situation, as if it wasn't around a Black Lives Matter protest that Rittenhouse specifically went to, weeks after saying he wishes he could go to an event like that and hurt people. Weird.
The Caucasian. I mean, nobody thinks. They just do. They just listen. They aren't in this world.
Yeah, I know what the image is from. We watched that short film on stream.
Anymore. They are living in La La Land, and the metaverse will give them that La La Land where they can choose who they want to be. You want to be a superhero and be lame? Go ahead. And one of the key things you have to think about and hear is this 3D printing, right? Because it sounds so insane. What is 3D printing? Well, I'll give you
Wait, did Call just learn about 3D printing in 2021?
a hint what they use to 3D print. It starts with graph and ends with "ine."
Graphene is potentially a revolutionary material. It's a atom-thick layer of carbon atoms which is arranged in sheets. Now, one of the problems or potential problems with graphene is that even though you might end up using it in a screen on a computer...
We've seen enough shit about graphene from Call's other videos. I think we all know what it is at this point, so I'm just going to skip ahead to when he fearmongers about it.
There's a lot of this kind behind who are
literally
scientists, and we've got that magic blend of both here at Manchester.
So graphene, of course, is going to be involved in this.
Two-Man says that one thing that stands in the way of Silicon Valley idiots from destroying the internet is the ISPs are too shitty to let them install their cell towers and fiber networks in their territories. It's what kept Google from installing fiber all over the US like they wanted.
Process, literally. In a lot of ways, some people don't realize it's already involved in their day-to-day life. They just don't seem to get it yet. But
Sky Come Fallen says you can be whatever you want. That already exists. It's called video game.
it is.
Yeah.
And this is the nightmare that we're going to live in. This different dimensions that they're going to create, these virtual dimensions, and humans will be connected to the internet.
Call, Second Life was a thing like 20 years ago. Hold on. Second Life. Is that still a thing? Second Life appears to still be a thing. Second Life is a game that basically does every single thing that Mark Zuckerberg wants the the metaverse to do, except it's existed for like 20 years. It released in June of 2003. It's literally just not VR. But it is everything that the metaverse wants to be. Plus furries. It's not a new thing. People are into it. I haven't. I'm not big on the whole, like, go do a Second Life thing. It's not for me. The closest I get to that is, like, playing Dungeons and Dragons. But that's a different thing, and that more involves, playing a game with your friends in real life. But it's not a new thing. It's not. Just because you're wearing it and viewing it through this doesn't make it that much different than playing it on your computer. Just more immersive.
And they're going to want it. And people are going to say, isn't this cool? I don't have to go to an actual meeting. I can see the person with my own
World of Warcraft or EQ? What's EQ?
eyes in my cubicle that I'm now living in. All right, because it's going to be just like that predictive programming movie, Ready Player One. People are just going to be living.
Oh, he's talking about the shitty movie. Bardlock Moses says it's not like you're a cat in D&D, Hannah. We're not gonna talk about that. Next week is the first episode of season 2 of Charisma Saves. So if you want to watch me and Actual Jake, if you're aware of Actual Jake, the guy that wears a corn suit, and some other people, we play a D&D campaign. Next Thursday, we are starting campaign 2. You do not need to have seen season 1. We did do a season 1, but you don't need to have seen that to enjoy season 2. It's like 30 years after the first one, and it's a different story. Some of the same characters might show up, not as players, but as NPCs. But, like, it's a different story. So if you want to check it out, Actual Jake's channel, twitch.tv/actualjake, next Thursday.
In 10 by 10 rooms, and as long as they're hooked.
Is that the same night as Critical Role? I don't watch Critical Role. I don't find that to be a smart decision if it's true and Jake made that decision.
Hooked up to the internet, they're not going to care, and they're all going to be stacked up on top of each other. One on top of the other, crates, living in crates. And they won't care because they're going to be living in the virtual realm where they could be whatever and whoever they want.
I think we're doing it earlier in the day, if that makes a difference. I don't know.
Like I showed you in other videos, I can have a beer with Justin Bieber. I can have a cappuccino with Tom Hanks.
Does anyone want to do that? Either way, the D&D stuff will get posted to YouTube after the fact, so you can check it out later. Chairman Blue says Critical Corn.
Sounds like hell to me, because that's exactly what it is. So get your...
Oh yeah, 10 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, we should probably be done by then. I don't know if we will the first night, just because it'll probably be a longer session. The early sessions tend to be a little longer, but...
Yourself aware of the omniverse, the metaverse, and all of these virtual realms are going to create.
I'll tell you one thing. If VR does take off and everyone ends up having them, the streams are going to be more fun. Have some kind of virtual set. I'll look better in VR. You'll see my rage. I'll gesticulate more, probably. Probably not going to be fun. Ice Queen says, Jeremy could have a beer with Brie Larson.
I was talking about this when that ridiculous Pokemon Go thing came out, and how they were blurring the lines between reality and virtual reality. And people were walking around seeing actual virtual reality, whatever you call them, characters from Pokemon in real space, in real time. That was the preparation for this. There's been tons of those types of games now since then. And now...
The AR thing where they put like a... I don't know if you've ever played Pokemon Go. I have. I've actually played it semi-recently in the past 3 or 4 months or so. It doesn't know where to put the Pokemon. They just float in midair. It's not that advanced. Randy Owl says you could already do this with a VTube avatar. Yeah, I don't want to do the VTube thing. If it was in VR and we had to have like a model, it would just look like probably a more idealized version of me, but I don't want to do VTube.
We're getting to the next level where they're going to push this fast. They're going to obviously condition the masses. They're going to have pop-up stores all around the country so that people can go in and see for themselves, so they're not, blindly, because people aren't going to just blindly join in. They're going to be like, what? Obviously we know the freaks are going to get in, the people who already live in La La Land, who live in the virtual realm, pretty much playing video games 24/7, thinking that they're in the games. They'll be in. They got to get the rest of the masses on.
What's the last video game do you think Call has played? Pong? Call. I actually play video games less than you might think. Much less than I used to. They're still fun, but no, at no point do I think I'm in the game, Call. That's not how video games work. Like, when you watch a movie, do you think you're in the movie? No, it's a piece of entertainment you're engaging with. What?
On board, and they will be able to.
Bloodwine says, shout out to all the freaks in chat. Woo!
Through mind control tactics, and of course social engineering will be at the front of that, with their celebrities and the television just constantly pushing how it's a better world, a better reality. There's no hate. There's no judgment there. You could be whomever. And they'll be like, hook me up. And they won't realize, well, they probably already are hooked up with that graphene. I want to thank everyone for being here. Reminder, check out the website at callforanuprising.com. It's $2.99 a month. Check it out if you haven't. I want to thank all of you for your support and thank the Patreons for your support as well, and all of you who are here. The nice comments and the thumbs up go a long way. I appreciate that as well. Hope you're doing well. And God bless you and your families.
So Call's a weirdo. Surprise. He seems very afraid by things he doesn't understand, and because of that, he falls... Weirdly, as much as he talks about other people being programmed by, like, big corporations and brainwashing, he believes Facebook advertising propaganda more readily than anyone else I know. Guys, I like my VR headset quite a bit. I enjoy VR. I think it's fun. If you want to play a game that feels immersive and you can kind of... Go watch my Half-Life Alex VR stream I did the other day. It's actually probably not even that fun to watch, but VR is very fun to play. Because, you know, you're in a virtual environment and you can do weird shit like pick up a rat, name it Kathy Lee Gifford, and lose it and cry for a very long time. But the point I'm trying to make here is VR is fun. I'd recommend it if you have disposable cash and you're looking for something fun. Sure, check it out. I'd prefer you not get an Oculus, honestly, because Meta, Facebook, makes them. I did this because I'm cheap, and this is one of the cheaper headsets you can buy. But if you can, get like an HTC Vive or Steam, whatever Steam has. They got their own thing, I think. It's fun. You're not going to get a metaverse. You're not going to get, you know, the Oasis from Ready Player One. Which is a good thing, by the way, that we don't have those and won't have those. But I think you'll enjoy it. There's enough fun experiences on there. Plus, if you if you liked Wii Sports, play some fucking bowling. Play some bowling. You'll enjoy it. Narnady Owl says, I mean, I can absolutely get myself lost in a game for a while, but then I stop because I get hungry or something. Jilly Foo says, I think Call is scared of something that will let him experiment with identity. VR chat is proof that gender is a social construct. It made me realize I've always been NB, just scared to even think about it out of fear of being not being normal. Air quotes normal. Yeah, it is interesting. It's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie for that too. Being trans, if I put this on and there are mirrors in the games, you know, if I put this on and in a mirror in a game, like it's, you know, a woman, like I'm like, oh, cool. That feels right, you know? So that's cool. But, yeah, I don't know. The games are fun. Astrofox says, the horror replaced with no hate. Tube-Man says, if full dive VR becomes a thing, I'll try it once so I can experience being a non-Euclidean sphere for 30 minutes and never go back. Jilly Foo says, VR chat mirror cult. We should, I don't know how many people in my chat actually have any sort of VR availability. Here. Poll. We're gonna do a poll. You don't have to, if the answer is no, you don't have to, but I gotta put at least 2 options. Do you have VR chat? Let me know. And then if we have enough people, maybe we can set up a thing and do like a special stream where we do VR chat. That might be fun. Obviously, I know most of you won't. I'm just curious how many do. Again, you don't have to vote no if you don't. You can, but I'm just trying to gauge how many people do so I would know what the audience size would be. VR chat is free and you don't need a headset. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Okay, 18 people have it so far. That'd probably be enough to hang out for like a stream. I know all of you wouldn't be available, I'm sure, but... Hey, Lou. Okay, so maybe in the future we'll try and do a stream in VR chat. That might be fun. Get to see some of you, not in real life, but, you know, as close to it as we're gonna get. So either way, that was fun. Let's see who we're gonna rate. That was a longer stream than I intended. Whoops. Who are we gonna raid? Julian, maybe? Yeah, Julian covers conspiracy stuff. Ratiology says, before you go, I just want to say thanks, as I've got to go to the GP in the morning to try and get actual trans healthcare out of the NHS. As there's none, 0% chance the meeting could end with the GP just deciding to stop providing me the little care they do give me for being visibly upset. It's a bit stressful, and this stream has been nice space to chill and relax before heading to bed. I hope that goes well. I'm really sorry that it's such a rough... I know. Poetic Fox says, I've got the index because of stimulus money, and I get to say one of the funniest things I played on it was budget cuts, and if you plan to stream in VR, chat, prepare for a pony. Okay. You need some furries to take you on the furry tour of VR chat? Oh, God. Anyway. Alright. So tomorrow I'll be back. Tomorrow's Wednesday, correct? Yeah, I should be back tomorrow. I don't know what time. I know I gotta do some cooking. Thanksgiving-related stuff, maybe. Actually, I don't know if I'm doing that tomorrow. Am I doing that tomorrow or am I doing it Thursday? Whatever Baja's schedule says. She has come up with the cooking schedule because she is a planner, and I am not. I fly by the seat of my pants. Both? Cool. So, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow at some point. Don't know when. Just keep an eye out for the notifications. I hope you have a wonderful night. Enjoy Julian's stream or whatever you go and do after this. Have a nice night, everyone.